Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is December 20th, Tuesday, December 20th, 2022, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We've gone through a lot of stories within this year, NFL related, MLB related, NBA, NHL, a little bit of AEW and WWE. But this might end up being the craziest story of 2022 before we actually check in to 2023. Right now, I'm watching Liberty versus Toledo 7-3 in the roofclaim.com Boca Raton Bowl. But I figured even though that this individual got arrested, a few days ago, this story is as wild as it gets. And as we know, right here on the channel, we have a lot of Chiefs super fans that represent the channel. There's many, many Chiefs super fans across the world, across the globe, all over the United States, right? As well as a lot that support this channel. And obviously when the news ended up breaking out, I thought that, this is something that happened a couple days ago, but I figured it's something that we should touch on because it is one of the craziest things. I mean, we'll go over NFL, sports headlines, wrestling, food, but Chiefsaholic, my goodness, this is a crazy fucking story. And I've been doing some research, and then this guy, Chiefsaholic, I'm on his Twitter page right now, rabid diehard Chiefs fan, representing the loyal Wolfpack, game traveler, meme maker, and he's also a Suns and Angels fan and a KSU alum. And the story about this guy, I've seen him, pop up on my timeline quite a bit, right? And, obviously with Chiefs fans, I follow a lot of Chiefs fans. A lot of them follow me, right? But I was always wondering, if you don't really have a good paying job, right? If you don't have a great paying job or even a good one, it's one thing to be able to get really good seats at home for Chiefs games. So you can end up watching guys like Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, right? So we Chiefsaholic, he's always there, at the home games. But the thing that made me kind of wonder, there's people that got a lot of money out there. How is this guy getting front row seats on all the road games? You know what I mean? Like, unless you're a fucking millionaire, billionaire, and, you're going to travel with the team, that's not something that a lot of people can afford, let alone if you're sitting in the first, second, third row. And most of the time, the guy's sitting in the front row. Lo and behold, Chiefsaholic, right, ends up getting caught, right, in Texas for armed bank robbery. And the craziest thing about it is when he ended up getting arrested, no lie, and a lot of the Chiefs fans and a lot of people in the room have heard this story since Friday, Saturday, Sunday, yesterday, right? This motherfucker is wearing a wolf mask at the bank, right? The same one or a similar one that he actually wears to the games. You got to be the dumbest motherfucker on planet Earth. Okay, you're going to rob a bank. Okay, and you're going to use that bankroll to fund your trips all over the United States to follow your favorite teams, whether it be Kansas State or whether it be the Angels, the Suns, but primarily the Chiefs and KSU. How dumb do you got to be? Are you, it's one thing to be ballsy, but he have had a life of crime. I noticed that, like, the mom has been arrested, the dad's been arrested, brother, like everyone has been arrested in the family, and there's been a lot of theft, that he's been arrested for in the last 10 years, did a couple years, got out, went to another state, did a couple years, got out. And then now you're starting to hear about the news, and I got a few photos here that we can go. And if anyone's got anything else that they want to chime in on anything that they've heard or any new info on Chiefsaholic, but getting arrested, obviously, for being in the game, when they played the Houston Texans. So I guess the guy's MO, all right, as you see him here, right, pretty much at every single game at home or on the road. So what he would do is he would, end up going to the state, that the game was on the road. So if they're playing the Houston Texans, he's going to end up somewhere in that general area, or maybe he'll rob in a city, maybe nearby. So maybe like Dallas when the game is in Houston, or whether it be in the same city that the game is in or a neighboring city. So pretty much he would end up robbing the bank that he would want to go to, right, into the game. He would rob the bank, and then, it would be like a day before the game, and then he would end up robbing the bank wearing the wolf mask, right, showing up, and then going home. So anyone that was a suspect, they're not going to find him in Texas because he doesn't live there. So he would rob, go to the game, right, and then leave. And then that, and so now it makes you wonder, motherfucker is at every single event. And as you can see, he's in the front row for the bowl game, front row at Tampa. Front row everywhere. And, it eventually caught up to him. And this story is as wild as it gets. To have the balls to not only rob banks, to kind of bankroll your fun, to be able to follow the team on the road, right? But now they're going to have to go through all the tapes and go through all of the places the Chiefs have played, in the last 1, 2, 3, 4 years. And there's a good chance that if there was a bank robbery the day before a road game, it might have been him. And like I said, I'm not sure if he robbed every single bank, with the same mask. But I don't know, man. I don't know if he does drugs. I don't know if he drinks a lot, which I assume, if you're a Chiefsaholic, you're probably an alcoholic too. But he's going to be locked up. I heard the bond is $200,000. So it sounds like he's going to be going to jail for a long, long time. And so Chiefsaholic will no longer be Chiefsaholic, maybe in jail. But that's kind of a crazy fucking story to think that, you know what I mean? Like you built this social media following. He's got 36.5K followers, you know what I mean? And normally would pop up on a lot of Chiefs fans' timeline, my timeline, and you probably have seen him on your timeline. But the one thing that I don't understand out of the whole thing, if you want to rob banks to be able to follow your team, because we know how expensive, the tickets cost, let alone if you're in the front row. But now it kind of makes sense. I'm not sure if there's others that are like him, but aren't you smart enough that if you are going to rob the bank, you're not going to go there with your face exposed? But why in the hell would you wear the same mask or similar mask that you wear when you go to the game? That's what I don't understand. If that was just like, obviously criminals, they have, those programs where they're like dumbass criminals. It looks like this might be one. But how long has he gotten away with this? How many banks has he robbed? Or, locations, liquor store, bank, whatever, any type of news. So now I think they're going to have to start doing some digging, and they're probably pressing him, for information and whatnot. But how many banks has this guy robbed until he got caught, on Friday or Saturday? Because obviously the game was on Saturday with the Houston Texans and the Chiefs. And I assume he had front row seats for that game as well from the bank that he robbed, unless he was going to buy the seats after he robbed the bank and then ended up getting caught. But this story is as wild as it gets. If anyone else has any other news or updated information about Xavier Michael Babudar, which is his real name, let's go over it. But man, pretty fucking crazy. And for it being as crazy as it is, I figured we should touch on it. And I ended up taking a mental health day. I figured normally I will never take a Monday night football, Thursday night football, or a Sunday night football game, but I had a feeling that the game was going to be booty-os. It was. The Rams suck. The Packers suck. Packers won. No surprise. Boring-ass game. And I ended up spending some time with Paisley and just trying to get back mentally on track. And I don't like taking too many days off. I've already taken 3 this month, but I did go for about 6 months straight, without a day off. But, you got to be able to look out for you. And I was thinking, okay, we'll talk NFL. I'm watching the bowl game. Sorry, I just knocked over my light there. And I figured, you know what? This story is too crazy to not go over. But Xavier Michael Babudar, looks like you will no longer be Chiefsaholic. And if you are, makes you kind of, I have so many questions going through my head But we will get some of these answered from some of y'all because I know some of y'all are Chiefs fans in the room, and it'd be nice to be able to hear if you guys have heard anything additional in your hometown state or wherever you are, if there's any additional info. But I think, like I said, wearing the mask or a similar wolf mask that you wear to the game, dumb. What a ballsy guy, you know what I mean? And eventually he was going to get caught. But sometimes people are not who they seem online. And Chiefsaholic, you are that guy. You are that guy. Sarah's in the building. What to do? Odin's son is in the building. What to do? Let's get to 100 in donos. We definitely need that. Shep is in the building. What to do? Jameson in the building. What to do? How are you guys? How's it going, Nate the Great? I know you had some news that you wanted to end up sharing because I didn't go live yesterday, but I hope everything is going okay with you. I know things have been going up and down, but I hope things are okay. And I imagine once I scroll down, I'll see what you're saying here. But love you, appreciate you. And I hope things get better in your life because I know you've gone through some ups and some downs. Let me see here. Let me keep scrolling. I mean, have you heard about the story? I mean, we got to touch on this a little bit more. And hopefully things are okay with you, Nate the Great. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing, I guess, you know, if you're ballsy enough to rob banks, but I think that wearing the wolf, I just hold on here. Let me see if I can find. Let me see. I mean, there's different ones here. Here we go. All right. So we obviously have seen what I showed you, like here, right? And he's got the Chiefs hat on, right? And this is him, it looks like, without a Chiefs hat on, because then that would even be too, but here it is. So he's got the wolf mask on, and I don't know if it is a Chiefs hat. It's red. But obviously, you know, at some point or another, you're going to end up getting caught. But I mean, he had a fun ride while it lasted. Front row at the the Kansas State KSU bowl game in the front row, living his best life. You know, here front row, obviously at the Bucks game, front row at another game, front row on the sideline for another game, front row at another game, outside the stadium. I mean, the guy was living his best life. But like I said, a lot of those games cost a lot of money. But I'm not sure if you would want to go to jail for who knows how long now. Crazy, man. But I figured that we would touch on it. And if you haven't, heard about the story or read about the story, I mean, it's pretty much everywhere, on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Most of the news stuff was coming out Saturday. More details were coming out Sunday and Monday. But since I took the day off, I would have went over this story yesterday since I took that mental health. But I'm here now. I feel good, and I'm hanging out with you guys. So, oh my gosh, bro. Oh my gosh, prayers up to you. I hope that you are okay. Prayers up, man. Well, I hope everything is okay. I know you said you had some things going on. You should have just told me, man. But again, we do have a lot of people, that are going to be rooting for you. We love you. We appreciate you. Anyone that goes through any hardships here, whether you're a mod or whether you're, one of the regulars. I'm sorry to hear that, man. How did with the news and everything? How did you find out? Did you just feel kind of sick and then you went to the hospital? Then they did tests and then you found out. I hope with the chemo or anything that you got going on, I hope it ends up being something that is curable. I mean, you're a young guy, so I'm not sure how far along. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. Obviously, they have different stages. But I love you. I appreciate you. Prayers up. If you need anything, you can message me anytime. If I don't respond, it might be just because I'm sleeping. Other than that, like I said, I'm so sorry that you have to go through this, especially with the holidays. I knew you told me that you were going to have some rough news, but I didn't think it would be like this. Prayers up for you. So sorry to hear that, bro. And we will all love you and appreciate you, and we'll still be here for you. And like I said, if there's anything that I can do to help out, I will. But let's be very honest. I'm going through a tough time myself. Not like you. But just obviously in the last couple months, it hasn't really been easy here on the channel with the views, the subs, and primarily the donos. But, we've had some help, with some people like, Shep and, Mr. Williams hopefully will be coming through, but Shep and Holly and Cyber and a few others like Mike. So things have been tough, but obviously compared to what you're going through, definitely tough, man. So I hope things can get better, and I hope it's not going to be, something that will be like life threatening. Anytime you have something that's cancer or cancer related, it can obviously end up being something serious. But hopefully it's something treatable, something that they can knock out, sooner than later. And we're all going to be pulling for you and pushing for you for sure. And then, like I said, anything else that we want to, go over, you guys, let me know. But I hope everyone is doing well. And like I said, that wasn't something I was expecting to hear on the stream. But again, we will all be rooting for you. We'll all be pushing for you. And I hope things get better for you as well. I mean, anyone that has to go through the hospital or have to go through something like a cancer or something cancer-like, it's not going to be easy. But if you ever need anything, you need someone to talk to, you can always reach out to me. And there's a few people that are in the room that I know that as well, that you might be able to get some assistance and love from also. So hope everything ends up getting better for you. And you always make sure you keep in touch with me. So, but other than that, let's try to get to 100 in donos. I'm watching the bowl game right now. And then any other news about Chiefsaholic or anything else, please mention it if you guys have heard anything else. But like I said, crazy stuff. I mean, like I said, the Chiefsaholic story now is far smaller than what we're talking about now. But I hope things can get okay. So it had bumps on my face for about 6 months. It was spreading since then. Lungs and dots everywhere else. I started throwing up. No food, just saliva came out. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. So sorry. Is that something that that your family, is it like hereditary where the other people in your family have that? Or is this something that just kind of came up out of nowhere? So sorry to hear about that. So now I assume that you can't work. Obviously, with all you were also doing, 12, 14, 16-hour days. So I hope that it's not as serious. Obviously, we want you to pull through. And if there's anything I can do, like I said, I wish things were better financially for me, that I could do something for you. But I have to be completely honest. I'm having a rough time, dude. This is the worst month that I've had all year. I've been full-time since January, and this is by far the worst month that I've ever had. I'm not going to quit. I'm going to keep grinding. But like I said, I wish there's something above and beyond that I could do for you. But I'm in a position right now where I'm just trying to tread water. You know what I mean? We are way behind the 8 ball, but at least we've had some people try to help to try to get us closer to maybe 50% of what I normally make. That's how bad it is. I'm right now at a point where we're not even close to being at, where I'm normally at. And luckily I should hopefully be able to, pay rent and bills and get that situated. But views are down. We're not really getting any newer subs, which is unfortunate because they're not helping me out. They're not promoting me. They're, it's tough. And obviously, it is Christmas. And once we go into the holidays, I know things can get a little bit tighter for a lot of people, but I think January will be better once we get past the holidays. And if there's anything else that I can do once I get a little bit better on my feet, I'll be able to see what I can do for you. But so sorry that you're going through that, man. And then, like I said, anything else that you guys want to discuss to probably help uplift the room, let me know. But again, Chiefsaholic, crazy Chief fan, front row for every game. Hey, let's just go rob a bank with the same wolf mask and bankroll our trips on going to games. And it eventually caught up to you, man. And I assume he'll be in jail for a long time unless he's got a really good lawyer. But the bankroll, who knows how much he stole and how much money he got away with. And I'm kind of wondering how he got caught. So he was wearing the mask. They called the police. And then did they lock the bank up? Did they see him outside? And then the police showed up. I don't really know the whole story about how he got arrested besides getting arrested. But he had a great time for those few months or years that he's been doing this. It sounds like he's been doing it for a while. So it may not just have been for this season. It might have been for multiple seasons. Because, he's been, in the front row or very, very good seats, not only at home, but on the road. And anyone that knows football game prices, I mean, you're probably paying, $1,000, $1,500, $2,000, $3,000, $4,500. I mean, some of the seats are going to be very expensive, probably a couple thousand, for just a single seat, unless you're buying two and taking a friend. But crazy, crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I'm so sorry that's happened. But again, if you need to be able to, reach out, you can reach out to me at any point, anything I'll be able to do, for you to cheer you up. I'll definitely try to do that. Gosh, I don't even know what to say. I don't know if anyone really knows what to say about that. But we are going to be pulling for you. And like I said, you are one of the biggest supporters of the channel. So I love you and I appreciate you. We can throw up some Denver Bronco photos for you. You got anything specific that you want to see Denver Bronco wise? And then I can throw that up for you, Nate the Great. You let me know, and I'll do that. We'll start it off with just some Denver Bronco stuff. We'll do that, and then hopefully we can get some donos coming in, and we can end up having a good show. All right, let's try to get some Bronco photos up. See if we can find a couple nice ones here for you.
Chased by Darrell Johnson, escapes and dives across the 40-yard line and set up third down. About 4 to go.
Give you some newbies, give you some old school ones. Anything to help cheer you up, brother. But if there's anything specific that you want to see, let me know.
Fan on the slant over the middle, able to complete. And that's going to be a first down to Beer Blankusi. Sophomore out of Cincinnati makes the catch. That's hard to do. Quarterback run, you're tired, then throw an accurate ball on third down. Good quarterback play by Finn.
Come here, honey. You got kicked out.
So Toledo a yard away from getting back into plus territory.
It's like Paisley got kicked out of the room. That's a kind of a cool one right here. I've never seen this one. This one's fire. It's okay, Paisley.
It's Stewart. This time he gets the edge. And he'll pick up a Toledo first down. A gain of 15 before Akeel Washington subdued him.
Oh, I bet. Once again, I wish there was something I could do, like I could send food, to your, obviously if you're in the hospital, they're going to have to do tests and they're going to have to watch what you eat and, monitor you and everything. But I wish I could send some really good food that you could eat. But obviously you probably are going to have a hard time being able to keep food down and, they're doing the testing, but I wish I could just order your favorite meal and then I could send it to you and they could deliver it, to your room. But anytime if you're at a doctor or at a hospital place, they have restrictions a lot of times, especially if they're going to be doing testing for things of that serious nature, man. But I wish I could do something like that for you, man. Yeah, let's do some Cortland Sutton. We can do that. See if we can get some good action shots. Yeah, and any win is unless you're trying to be like me and try to look forward to the draft. But any win is a great win. Especially when it's been a horrible season, it's been a tough season. You know what I'm saying? But when you get to a point, you desperately want the wins. But even then, sometimes you have to look forward to see, okay, is it smart to win games, or maybe we should look ahead to maybe the draft. But I mean, at this point, you're going to take any win you can get. So.
They get to Boone, they throw to Turner, who tiptoes the sideline for a first down. Toledo gets into an unbalance to the left side here, and then essentially running an RPO. Essentially becomes option offense. Where you dive, keep pitch man there being Turner, just a different way of getting to it. It's good that Turner is so athletic. Good job adjusting to that football. Darrell Johnson ran off for Liberty. Finn toward the end zone, incomplete. Torres got turned around. Had no idea where the ball was going. 2nd and 10.
A bit of a miscommunication for sure, but we talked
The pudding, yeah. No, I hear you.
Down in plus territory. I do think we'll see some shots as Toledo struggled to find the end zone.
All right, we can do that.
Kenny Boone was lined up split wide and now comes into the backfield.
But
Boone gets the call. Lost the football. Torres dove on it, able to recover near the sideline. Mike Smith, the forced fumble. It's 3rd down.
It's a good read by Boone as he's trying to bounce this outside. The run is initially designed to be inside. He tries to bounce it, and then Mike Smith, a great job of getting there. Ball slick, pops out. Torres is able to identify it, jump on it.
12th play of the opening drive of this 3rd quarter. Four-man pressure. Finn has Newton, makes the catch.
7-3 Liberty over Toledo. And yes, I am watching the roofclaim.com Boca Raton Bowl because there's really nothing else on.
See the pocket, the throwing lane. Able to find Newton. And the 3rd down, which was a struggle in the first half for Toledo, been much better on this drive.
3 tight ends in the game for Toledo. Newton, the motion man. Finn throws. It's caught by Cool. Lenny Cool, his 3rd touchdown of the season, and Toledo has the lead.
It's a very similar play call to the play we saw on 3rd down where the tight end's going to scrape across the formation as if he's going to kick out. And then it's a fake to the back, and then the quarterback has the ability to push the perimeter. But then if you out-leverage the defense, which Cool does, easy throw for the quarterback and a touchdown. Impressive opening drive of this 2nd half by Toledo.
The extra point is up and good. Lenny Cool has 7 receptions all season. 3 of them touchdowns. 13 plays, 75 yards. Toledo on top.
At roofclaim.com, we're your #1 source for replacing any type of roof you have. We will guide you from insurance to inspection and all the way through until your new roof is perfect install. Even by the contact inspection experience as well as using state-of-the-art technology to review your roof without ever stepping on your property. So if you're too busy or prefer a contactless experience, we can continue with your claim like normal, even during challenging times. We are here to make the whole process safe and stress-free from beginning to end. Roofclaim.com. Call us or visit us online.
A dental tool is round for a reason. So is an oral D. Round cleans better by surrounding each tooth. So clean, you'll feel like you just left the dentist. Oral D. Brush like a pro.
If someone please pass me the sweet potatoes.
Sorry, Grandma, we don't have sweet potatoes.
Oh, what do you mean we don't have sweet potatoes? I told you to get some.
You do?
all right, there's not going to be too much Tatum Bell, but there's one for you, brother.
This What Really Happened replay is brought to you by Progressive. One thing no one would challenge, saving money when you bundle home and auto with Progressive.
I'm sorry, Mom. I forgot the sweet potatoes.
Yeah. Hey, little brother, make this December one to remember. Happy holidays from Lexus.
Buying a home? Rocket Mortgage will cover 1% of your rate for the first year at no cost to you with Inflation Buster. Plus, if rates drop within 3 years of purchase, you can refinance with exclusive savings with Rate Drop Advantage. Don't miss these big savings. Visit inflationbuster.com.
With DirecTV, I can get live TV and on demand together. Football, housewives. Football, housewives. Football, housewives.
What? The housewives from the field. Housewives from the field.
Table.
get your TV together. Call 1-800-DIRECTV to save up to $120.
Everyone is losing their mind over Babylon. It's a masterpiece. You got it. And the most fun you'll have at the movies. Hell yeah!
Yeah, and plus, it's one of those things when we go through tough things, you got to be able to have people to help you get through those things. And, helping people is what I love to do and try to make people, mentally better. Like I said, there's a lot of things that we go through, a lot of struggles and a lot of ups and downs. And, we got a great community here, and I'll definitely continue to support you guys the way that you support me, man. I know you like that one.
The Progressive Bowl Challenge Cup is here at the roofclaim.com Boca Raton Bowl, and it'll be awarded to the conference that has the highest win percentage in the postseason. We take a look at the post standings. And so far, it's the Sun Belt on top of that 3-0 with 4 bowl games remaining.
The whole game's still on that slate.
There's a few more. Just a few more. Toledo chewed up 6 minutes.
Nothing like those Orange Crush with those blue helmets. Those are nice.
Kickoff to the dangerous DeMario Douglas. Chance here from the 5. That's actually Lewis. Ran laterally, didn't get very far out to the 12, but tipped back to the touchdown.
You get man coverage back on that touchdown, and Cool is being covered right here, but he's going to scrape across this formation as if he's going to kick out block and then just leak into the flat. And you see, no one goes with him. It's man coverage. I think Toledo's been running the football so much that there's so many eyes in the backfield, and because they do that, Lenny Cool finds himself wide open, puts Toledo on top.
Liberty only managed 9 yards of total offense in the second quarter. They come out using the ground game. It's Shedro Lewis who has the lone Liberty touchdown. Nice pickup on first down. It'll bring up a second and short. And Caden Salter got off to a good
10-7 Toledo up on Liberty. Third quarter, 8:18 left.
He hasn't completed a pass since the first quarter, and you mentioned it got off to a really fast start.
backside pressure. Ball is loose. It's on the ground. Who's got it?
Well, Nate Gibbon got there in a hurry and knocked that football out.
It's Toledo football, first and goal for the Rockets.
How's it going, Caitlin?
Second half by Toledo. Really impressive opening drive offensive.
There we go. 32 minutes in. We got our first dono. $5 holla for my boy Jameson. Nate the Great, we're going to be pulling for you, brother. $5 holla. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Anytime we can get that first one before the first hour, that definitely helps. Appreciate you. Bang, 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 bang. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. 4.99. Some Tom Jackson, Steve Atwater, and Shannon Sharp. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Number 9, 6'6". He becomes a big part of the offense once they get inside the 10.
Thank you so much, Jameson. Appreciate you.
That's 6'6". Create a lot of matchups down in the red zone. So like I've seen already, just getting Finn on the move where he's most effective. And really, I think it helps him make good decisions as he has everything out in front of him.
Two tight ends, both to the right. It's Stewart, the running back. Liberty showing blitz. They bring it off the edge. Stewart is dropped in the backfield at the 15 for a loss. Guess who?
I mean, you don't even have to guess because it's Darrell Johnson on the left side of your screen. There's a blitz coming off of that side. So that allows him to play faster inside. And how violent of a player This Darrell Johnson, man, he's a lot of fun to watch. It's fun watching him on film. It's even more fun seeing him in person. And also because I'm up here in the booth with you.
3rd down and goal from the 12. Finn for the end zone. He wants Stewart, overshot him. And it's 4th down, and that's a big win for this Liberty defense to hold Toledo to a field goal try here.
That's a big response. Sudden change back up in your own end. And one of the reasons I think that when you talk about Johnson, coach is saying to us he's like a big play wide receiver. Create a negative play, which leads to 3rd and goal from outside the 10-yard line.
All right, so if you're just coming into the show and you just hopped in, obviously the title of the show with the Chiefsaholic Superfan getting arrested for armed bank robbery. And it's not necessarily just one bank that he robbed. It looks like that he's been robbing banks for quite some time. Maybe just this season. Maybe it's been a few seasons. But he's always in the front row for Chiefs games. But not only that, front row on road games. So unless you're like a multimillionaire, you're not going to be able to afford that. And now we find out that Chiefsaholic, it might have been on your Twitter feed, sitting front row and posing with his wolf suit, has actually been robbing banks to payroll the day before, robbing a bank and then going to the game and then leaving. And that's why they haven't been able to find those, people that have robbed the bank, because anyone that they're investigating that still lives in Houston where the Texans play. I mean, they caught him on this one, you know what I mean? But he would have robbed the bank Friday, gone to the game Saturday, and then went home Sunday. And I guess he's been doing it for quite some time. And the craziest thing out of it all, and he was also bankrolling, his trips down to, Kansas State, obviously there as well, sitting in the front row. But this Chiefsaholic, I assume that is stupid, because if you're going to rob a bank wearing the same wolf mask, eventually people got to put it together. There's going to be other people that have wolf masks, but it looks like it's the same mask. It might be an alternate. Maybe he has two, but it looks like it's the same mask. What a fucking idiot, man. What can I say about that? But his bond is $200,000. Xavier Michael Babudar will no longer be Chiefsaholic ever again. Man, crazy, crazy story. So I figured that we ended up talking about that, as we can look at him there. And then obviously Nate the Great shared some news that he's in the hospital right now. They're doing some diagnosis of cancer or cancer related. So if anyone is just hopping in, make sure you give some well wishes and some prayers, for our boy Nate the Great. If you're not familiar with Nate the Great, he's the first guy that had donated $500 in a single donation to me, and has done it multiple times. He's donated 500 3 separate times, and then we've gotten a 500 from Holly, a 500 from Shep. And like I said, we are going to be pulling for you, man. Like I said, I love you and I appreciate you. So that'll kind of fill you guys in on anything, that you guys may have missed in the first 37 minutes. So we went over a little bit of the Chiefsaholic stuff here. Anything else that you guys want to share about Xavier Michael Babudar if you want, but I know he has a criminal history of theft. I don't think anyone thought it was like this. And some of the other Chiefs fans have fought. Other Chief super fans have gotten in each other's faces and have had some issues. But the story just keeps getting crazier and crazier with more of the details. And if you're going to rob, right, don't rob in the same mask that you wear at the games, right? Like I said, any mask but that one. Get another animal mask. Anything other than this. But, eventually people are going to figure it out. And then we decided to do a little love on the Denver Broncos side. So just to fill everybody in. Go through these, and I'll delete some of these, and we'll make some more room for some more. But prayers up for my boy. I love you, and I appreciate you. And like I said, I know you're going to get through it, man. And I obviously, being in the hospital has got to be tough, but I hope that you have family or friends there with you, or at least are able to partly visit you. If I were close enough to you, I would come visit you. But obviously we're in different states, so that isn't possible today. But you can reach out to me. I'm accessible 24/7. You reach out to me, I'll be here. So, all right, let's make some room now for some more photos here. Fucking Chiefsaholic, huh? Crazy mofo. bankrolling all his trips for Angels, Kansas State, his alma mater. I don't know what kind of teaching is going on at Kansas State, but my God. How long has he been doing this? But he, like I said, he's gone to jail a few different times, for theft. But this is probably the biggest thing that he's done. And I don't know if he thought he never was going to get caught. At this point, he's probably happy that he's not, I guess, shot or injured or killed. But I mean, eventually, if you're going to go in there and rob a bank, you have to think he's probably not thinking like, oh, I might get killed if I do this. He's like, fuck it. I need to go front row to go see the Chiefs against the Houston Texans. Fuck it. I don't got time to get another mask. I'll just wear this one and then just rob the bank. And, eventually they're going to put it together, especially when it's something like a wolf. Like, who wears a wolf mask to a game? You know what I mean? There's not very many people that are going to wear that animal mask to a game, let alone a costume. But talk about, one of America's dumbest criminals. He's got to be at the top of the list for sure. And thank you so much to get the Dono train started. Appreciate you. $5. Let's get to a hundo. It's been a horrible month this month, and anything that we can do that'll help me be able to give back to some of you guys and be able to stay afloat since it's been rough.
The ability to also break a big one because of his speed. 6 catches.
Well, he's been front row. It's one thing to be front row at Chiefs games. Holly has some pretty good seats when she goes to the games, and I know they're not cheap. Like, if you go to like a nosebleed game in Seattle, and you're up there, chances are you're still going to be paying like over $100. So if you're going to be going to a lot of these games, I would assume minimum, if you're going to be in the first couple rows, you're probably paying $800, $1,000, $1,500, $2,000, $3,000, depending on what the team is and the matchup. And if the matchup is good, it could end up being more supply and demand. So, Pizzle in the building. How are you? Yeah, he will not be at the next game. And the bond is $200,000. So, I don't know how much money he was getting on each robbery to go to the games, but you have to think, even if he got a small amount, like, under $5,000 instead of like, 100,000 in the robbery. Obviously if you rob one bank and get $100,000, that could probably bankroll you for the whole season. Even if games are costing $1,000 or $2,000 a seat, you can go to, 16, 17 games with that, but man, crazy.
Situation, and the man who had the big play on the previous drive, sack fumble.
Yeah, and then like I said, it's on road games as well. So home games for Chiefs, it's going to be high, but I would assume average, ticket price of a front row seat is probably going to be $1,000 to $3,000. Depending on the event, and then especially if he's going to like playoff games or even this right here. If you're looking, if you're sitting here and you're in front row at the bowl game. Bowl game seats are not going to be cheap either. So, if you're sitting front row at a bowl game, you're paying over $1,000, so crazy stuff, man. I've heard a lot of stories in my time, but I don't think I've heard of one as crazy as this. But I think the craziest part about it is him just wearing the mask. Like, you got to be the dumbest motherfucker alive, Unless you just thought, oh, they'll never catch me. I'm only going to be here for a night, and then I'm going to rob, and I'm going to leave, and they're never going to get me. And that's probably why he's been able to get away with it. They've been looking for different people, but now they got to go back and look to see, out of all of the robberies that have happened in maybe a 50-mile radius, to the game, if there has been a robbery or someone wearing, a wolf mask, if he ended up robbing it with the same mask, or maybe, he was doing it in different masks. Who knows? But definitely they're going to have to do some investigating with the police departments, FBI, all that stuff, to kind of go back and look at all the robberies that have happened in maybe the last year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and look to see, how many that he is involved in. Because I imagine he's not going to admit oh yeah, you know what I did. I mean, he was being kind of a cocky fucker. Like if you ended up going to his Twitter and looking at some of the comments, like talking about, like robbing a bank, a laughing emoji, like joking around, but in all reality, he wasn't joking. You know what I mean? And then there was people saying that, how do you afford to go to every fucking game, home and road? And then he would make, jokes about bank stuff, like in his tweets. Lo and behold, he actually was doing it, so it's not like the guy was rich, and he was just robbing the whole time, which is fucking wild to me. But he won't be able to keep this up anymore. And I mean, who knows how long he's going to be in there now, but wild story. And obviously being in the front row as well. But Xavier Michael, Bob Boudar, he don't look happy there. He's like, fuck. He's like, I got caught. Yeah, you did, dummy. And it's easily possible that he would have got caught without this mask, but it just makes you kind of wonder if they end up finding out that he wore the wolf mask in every robbery in the United States, because pretty much now you got to look up every road game. And if he was there, you know what I mean? Now you got to look at all the bank robberies and to see if there was a bank robbery, in the state at that time. And it was due to a wolf mask on like the security footage. And if he was smart enough to rob outside of Houston, or if he got caught in Houston, or if he robbed like a mirrored city like Dallas. Because if he robbed in Dallas and then bought the ticket to go to Houston, right, then you're probably not going to get caught as easily. But you're going to get caught eventually. And he did. He's probably lucky he didn't get shot and killed, honestly, with all these robberies that he probably has been doing to bankroll. Because, I mean, you can do one robbery and probably be good, depending on how much you got, like especially if he got 100,000 or 300,000 in one robbery. But with him, he's probably thinking, shit, if I rob this one, I can rob another one. And, just feeling like you're on top of the world, or if he's on drugs or drinking, you know what I mean? I'm going to go in, I'm going to go out. He's probably thinking, I'm not going to get shot. I'm just going to grab the money. You're going to give it to me. I'm going to run out. Boom. And then I'm going to go to the game, get my ticket. Boom shakalaka, sit front row at the road game, cheer on the Chiefs, and then I'm going to go back to my house. And then they're looking for the suspects and looking for people, and he's not there because he don't live there. So crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. All right, let's get some more photos up here. Let's get some Tom Jackson up here as well. Yeah, but they're going to have to do an investigation for sure. That's just the stupidest thing right here. They're wearing the mask, and I'm trying to look to see like at the details. It looks like, I mean, how many people are going to have a backup mask? You know what I mean? Like, I guess if you dress up, I don't know how expensive the whole suit is. Probably a couple $100 for like the whole suit. If it's a good one, cheap one, maybe $100. A nicer one, maybe $200 to $350, somewhere in there. But what are the chances that he has two of the same mask? Probably not. So I assume that's the same exact one as this one right here. Fucking crazy, man. Like I said, I've gone through a lot of fucking stories. Different mask. Yeah. And like I said, I know there's, been different ones circulating around the internet, but he has gotten arrested and gone to jail a few different times. He does have a history of like petty theft and whatnot, but fucking wild, man. Fucking wild. All right, let's get some more photos up for my boy. Let's see if I can find anything else. Yeah, there's lots of stories that are on the internet, but that definitely probably has to take the cake for 2022. Makes you kind of wonder if he was doing it for like, Angels games, Suns games, because obviously if, he was going to like the Suns playoff games, or he was going to go see Ohtani or Mike Trout. Most of his stuff is, Kansas State. I'm on his Twitter right now. Most of it's obviously Chiefs #1, a little bit of Kansas State because he's an alum. But he also is a Suns and Angels fan. So makes you kind of wonder on how many places he robbed and, how much money he got in each robbery for sure.
A place different than the rest, one that exceeds, excels, and surpasses all expectation. Waiting here just for you. We are the original, the one, the only, the Palm Beaches. What will you do? What will you change?
I get some Tom Jackson in here for some old school.
Create something entirely new. Agile Technologies advisors.
Yeah, but I thought this story was way too good to not talk about it. And I would have talked about it yesterday if I wasn't taking that mental health day for sure.
Trash. We can't punch this one in. We don't deserve to win. What? Oh. Looks about 30 yards.
Said car theft, fake food stamps. Yeah, a lot. I mean, like I said, I went and looked at some of the stuff that he, and like I said, the family has a reputation of, with the law. So it's not like a first time thing. So. Oh, this ain't fucking distracting Mahomes whatsoever. Mahomes don't give two shits. Yeah, but on the bright side, fantasy football playoffs are in full swing. Like I said, I was the number one rated team in the league, 13-1, and I had all red. I've never had all red in a game before, and I still ended up putting up 140. So it shows you, if you follow the guidelines of fantasy football players that don't know what the fuck they're doing, and if you got red and you put it on your bench, then I easily would have lost. But even with all red, I only had one really shit the bed, which was the Cowboys D with a 0, but I still ended up putting up 140. So it's me versus Shep. I'm up by 23. Jake and Sarah are knotted up at 134. So next week we'll see who ends up getting the most points, and then it's gonna either be me or Shep if he can make an incredible comeback, or it ended up being Sarah and Jake, and then we'll be in the championship for the best of 2 weeks. But yeah, crazy stuff. But all red, and then Mark Andrews only got 6, so that was kind of shitting the bed as well. But I still got big numbers from a lot of the other people. So, and I figured I would. Just because it's a red matchup doesn't mean that they're not going to be able to get any points. But I was worried a little bit. I was like, come on, man. I didn't go 13-1 to go home in the fucking first round. I need to win the chip. All red, bro. All red, baby. And you're lucky, Shep. Let's be honest here. You're lucky that I didn't even put in Jerick McKinnon. I had Jerick McKinnon. I was going to play him, but I thought it was a little risky. So I said, okay, he put up 32. And what happened? He put up 34. If I would have put up 34, it's over. You're probably not going to be able to come back from that. Anyone can score at 200 and make up, or 180 or 190. But if I had the Jerick McKinnon in, that might have put me up so much that it would be almost nearly impossible to come back. And I might roll the dice and run with McKinnon, but what are the chances that McKinnon gets 3 games in a row of 30+ points? It is against Seattle. Seattle's defense is bad. It is a green matchup. D-Hop is probably going to have second or third string quarterback. So normally I go running back, instead of running back, wide receiver at my flex. I did Jay Jetta, D-Hop, Godwin. But I might put D-Hop on the bench and say, fuck it, and just go McKinnon. I'm up by 23. And then even if McKinnon gets 18, that's still going to be good. I mean, he's been the number one scoring running back the last 2 weeks, and I picked him up on the wire. So it is what it is. You need help from the fantasy gods. Yeah, but are you really going to put Andrews on the bench for Johnson? I guess right now, if you have Travis Kelce, that's a start, and then you forget about it. But anyone else, including Mark Andrews, if Lamar's not in there, the motherfucker hasn't scored since week 6 as a touchdown. So for me, I got Darren Waller, and I also got Gerald Everett. So Gerald Everett is only going to get me 7 or 8 points, right? But it's consistent, right? And then Waller got limited snaps and scored and, got like 12. So do I just go with Waller or Everett, or do I just hope that, he can find the end zone or get some more looks? But like I said, if the quarterback situation is shaky for guys like D-Hop and Mark Andrews, I'm up 23, but knowing my luck, I'm like, all right, fuck Mark Andrews, fuck this guy. And then I bench him. I put in Gerald Everett or Darren Waller, and then, maybe they put up 4, and then all of a sudden Mark Andrews has the game and he puts up a 20. I think I'm still going to have a good shot to win, but man, oh man. Yeah, I did. I peeked ahead and I looked at your red. as well. But obviously being a 4 seed going against a 1 seed, I've been there. I've been a 4 seed before. I've been a 3 seed. It's hard because when you're going against the number 1 and number 2 team, or in this case, like the number 2 and number 3 are very even with Jake and Sarah. I got the good depth, and also Jalen Hurts is injured, so he still might try to play, but that's Jake's quarterback. And then if Jake can't use him, he's got Tua, but you're going from a guy that might get you 30 to 40 down to a guy that might get 15 to 19. So that could be the difference between Sarah, advancing over Jake. We're going to have to kind of wait and find out. And Shep is still in it, but he's going to have a career week and hope I shit the bed. But let's be honest, I'm not going to shit the bed. I got way too many good players, bro. I mean, there might be some guys that shit the bed, but thank you so much, man. There we go. We finally got a big dono, $50 dono from my boy Cyberpunk. Thank you so much, man. It's been so hard this month. Thank you, man. $50 dono. I mean, if it wasn't for people like Holly Hundo and Cyberpunk, Mike and some of the big heavy hitters, I mean, I don't know what I would do. You know what I'm saying? So thank you so much, Cyberpunk. You my boy. Appreciate you. He even does this when he even doesn't even hop in the room. Sometimes he hops in the room. Sometimes he's busy. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you more than words can explain. Bang, bang. Thank you so much, baby. Cyberpunk in the building. Appreciate you. And I'm not sure if Cyber is in the room. I don't see him commenting just yet, or if it was a drive-by dono. But nonetheless, let's throw up some Chiefs and some Bo Jackson for him. And then eventually, if he is in the room, he'll type with an emoji that he's here with like beer or thumbs up or smiling emoji face and whatnot. But that gets us over halfway through the goal. Thank you so much, man. I love you and I appreciate you more than words can express. Thank you. It's been rough. But I can always count on the Chiefs Kingdom to come through. The biggest supporters to the channel, no doubt. Thank you so much. Just crazy how many super fan Chiefs fans are getting in trouble. Like there's a lot of Chiefs fans that are on like Twitter, and on like Instagram and and I see some of these guys like fighting at the game. There's a few other names if you guys know of the other big Chiefs fans, but I know that 2 of them are beefing and they've actually fought each other at the game. And there's quite a few of the big Chiefs fans. They're trying to claim who is the biggest Chiefs fan. Well, at this point, it might be Chiefsaholic, but he's in jail now. It's just crazy to think that someone would rob banks just to be able to, pay and bankroll your fandom. He's like, fuck, I don't want to sit at the top in the 300 level. I'm going to rob this fucking bank. Boom, front row. And not only front row for your games, he was doing it at the road games, probably because he knew if he kept robbing places in Kansas City, eventually he was going to get caught. So he would have to actually road trip and then rob somewhere where he would only be for a night and then get the fuck out of there after the game, but eventually, dumb people get caught and, but I assume he got caught wearing a mask, whether it be, the same mask that he wears in the game or a different one. Very unfortunate, but I imagine he'll be going to jail for quite some time. That's facts. Cyberpunk, my boy, appreciate you. Nah, I need to win this chip, bro. I've been doing this league for the NWSF. This is my 4th year, and based off my hard work and my skill set, I should have won a championship within the first 3 years. So I haven't even won yet. I've gotten 2nd and 3rd every year because I usually score the most, give up the least or second to least. But when it hits the playoffs, either the guys get hurt or they shit the bed. This is my year. I have to get the chip this year. I have to. $55. Let's get to $100, baby. I know I saw that. There he is. Look at that. See? I love you, man. I appreciate you. What do you think about this story about Chiefsaholic? Have you read into it at all, Cyberpunk? It's fucking crazy, man. And I am happy that Bo Nix is coming back for sure. That he will be on the Heisman race. And depending on who else we get, a lot of the guys hit the transfer portal because they thought he was gone. And now for all those guys that left, they're probably thinking, fuck, I shouldn't probably have hit the transfer portal. I should have waited. But if you're not talking with people or not knowing what's going on, we're still going to be able to get replacements And I don't know. We'll see what happens. You're still going to have USC and Utah and some of these other teams at the top, but at least Oregon should be competitive. And maybe we'll come up with a little bit more energy in the bowl game against North Carolina. And maybe we won't get our ass kicked now knowing that he's coming back. And maybe that'll give us a little bit more juice going into the bowl game. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. Right. And like I said, I'm on his Twitter right now. So Chiefs, right? Kansas State bowl game. He was front row there, so he robbed for that. Suns and Angels. So obviously they caught him for this one, but with a lot of petty theft and everything. I mean, depending on how much money he got when he robbed before, if you're continuously to rob, it might be just one of those things where you just want to, keep robbing. You're not trying to get into the national news, like you are when you're trying to do all your photos for being Chiefsaholic, right? You know what I'm saying? But I mean, it makes you kind of wonder on how long he's been robbing and how many banks he's robbed over the United States for every road game the Chiefs have played. Because, I mean, he ends up being at almost every road game. So if the police were smart, they would probably try to connect the dots and obviously go that route. But I assume that there's been quite a few, and it's probably been more than just this year, but more information needs to come out. And obviously, we know Super Bowl tickets are expensive. I mean, if we go down his Twitter timeline enough, we probably will be able to see because obviously if he's at the Super Bowl and these other places, he took a picture because he's always flaunting that he's in the front row for any event that he's at. So, and I pulled up some here that obviously front row, outside the game, front row, different game, front row, at the game versus the Bucks recently. Front row in jail, buddy. Crazy shit, man. Crazy shit. Yeah. I mean, I want it to be competitive, you know what I'm saying? But I think that I proved to everyone that, you can still make the playoffs. You can have all red. And I easily could have shit the bed and put up a 90 or 100 and probably lost. But when you have great players, right, they're going to make plays. You know what I mean? Great players make plays even though the matchup is red. Some guys are going to shit the bed. But luckily enough, I had enough superstars that even if the matchup was bad, they still balled out. And I still got to 140. So that really should show you that the red doesn't really matter. It does matter in some games, but it's not as a big of a factor as people think, because there are certain people that will never play a guy if he's in red. So I proved to the world that, you can still get all red and still win in the playoffs. And only one person outscored me in the whole league this week, Chief. And even though he wasn't in the playoffs, I mean, he put up like a 175, 180 in that first week, but that was the only person that ended up beating my score. So anything can happen. But again, you could have guys get injured or shit the bed. And that's why I have so many guys at like quarterback. I still have Justin Fields, Geno, Herbert. Imagine if I would have started Geno or Herbert, I would have fucking got nothing, based off that. And then I also have 3 tight ends because I can't even trust Mark Andrews. I mean, he's the number 2 tight end, but motherfucker is putting up 4 and 6 points a week. It's not fun, being able to get points like that. Yeah. I mean, especially when he's got a motive. I want to sit front row at the game. Oh, I haven't heard of that. Hopefully everyone is okay. Pat's defense. Yeah. And like I said, it sucks when you end up needing points and then you look up and you're like, fuck, like you look to see like who you're because you got 3 Bengal players. And even though the Bengals are one of the best teams in the NFL with the Chiefs and the Bills, right? We don't know who's going to come out of the AFC. Is it going to be Miami? Is it going to be Cincinnati? There's a good chance that one of those teams, not necessarily Miami, but if Tyreek and Waddle get hot, they don't have a defense, but not the Bengals don't really either. Neither do the Chiefs or the Bills. No one really has a good D. So it's pretty much whoever scores more and doesn't turn the ball over might end up making the AFC Championship game and the Super Bowl. I mean, we know the Eagles and the Cowboys and the Niners, they got good defense. So it could be a Super Bowl winner out of the NFC this year. And I don't really see anybody beating the Eagles. I really don't. But if Jalen Hurts' injury ends up being a little bit more serious, they got Gardner Minshew. Gardner Minshew can turn into Nick Foles, from Carson Wentz to Nick Foles. Same thing. Gardner Minshew can win a Super Bowl. Trust me. I thought Gardner Minshew would have been great on Tampa. I would have loved to have him. And they were actually very blessed that Gardner Minshew didn't leave because, they probably didn't think that they were going to need him. But a season is long. There's always going to be little things that happen. And I still think the Eagles could win with Gardner Minshew, even if they're going against Mahomes, Josh Allen, or Burrow, or Tua. But those are really the teams right now that you're looking at. You got the Dolphins, the Bengals, the Chiefs, and the Bills, those four. And then you got the Eagles, the Niners, the Cowboys, and I guess if you want to throw in the Vikings, but I mean, they're kind of frauds and pretenders. They don't got a defense, at all. So, I mean, but you never know. If a team gets hot, they may not have to have a great defense. They just got to be able to get 1 point more and make some historic comebacks like they did against the Colts. So we'll see what happens. But I feel like as far as championship caliber teams, Niners, Eagles, that's it. Cowboys, nope, because of the coaching and the play calling, and definitely not the Vikings. But if you had to put a third team, I would put Dallas there. I just don't know if I'm going to get the proper play calling. So I guess Eagles, Niners, Cowboys, even though I don't believe in the Cowboys, Eagles, Niners are the only two teams I believe in the NFC. And then Dolphins are kind of like, okay, this could be like a sleeper team, but Bengals, Bills, Chiefs, that's where it's at right now.
I just think of guys that are built that way that can rush the passer, pass rush moves that are disruptive.
Yeah, I think a lot of the people transferred out, but I'm not sure if Bo told a lot of people. He might have told some of the people on the team. He might have kept it private, but there are going to be people transferring out or decommitting. And like I said, Bo Nix gives us the best chance to win, especially after the year that he had. And if he can be healthy, because him as a dual threat makes us better. But as you saw, if he's injured, he's not the same. We have to be able to use him as like a Justin Fields. We need Justin Fields, a.k.a. Bo Nix, to be able to run and throw. And if he's able to do that, we can beat anyone in the Pac-12. But again, with Dillingham doing those 4th down and inches, 4th and 1, he's the head coach of Arizona State. Good riddance. So we don't have to have that dumb decision-making. But still, even with Bo Nix coming back, there's no guarantee we win the Pac-12. I mean, Utah, USC, all these other teams are going to reload. Oregon State looks pretty good as well. So you never know, but at least we'll be in the mix again. So I honestly might benchmark Andrews. I got Darren Waller and I got Gerald Everett. I mean, Gerald Everett will give me 7 or 8 guaranteed, right? With upside of 10 or more if he gets in the end zone, but that's not likely, right? And then Waller got in the end zone on limited snaps. He can get me 8 to 13 points. So I guess it just depends if I'm going to be ballsy and take a chance, or if I end up doing Jay Jetta, D-Hop, and Godwin at the flex, right? Or if I do Jay Jetta, Godwin, D-Hop on the bench because of the quarterback situation. If Colt McCoy's not playing and it's third string, I'm only going to get 12 to 13 on D-Hop. But if I go with McKinnon, right, at my flex, I could get anywhere between 12 to 34. So I probably will end up going with McKinnon because he ends up being the top target besides Travis Kelce and Juju Smith-Schuster. So, and Seattle can't defend. So is there a chance that he goes for 30, 3 games in a row? Not likely, but who thought that he was going to get 30 again last week? And he did. So you never know. You never know. All right, let's go through a couple more photos here. And then anything else that you want to see? I assume you want to end up seeing some Bo Jackson there, but we went over the story. And then obviously if you're just in the room, obviously we know that Nate the Great is going through some medical issues and he's in the hospital right now. So we're doing some Bronco photos to cheer him up. Sounds like it could be some type of cancer. And if you're not familiar with Nate the Great, he's the first guy that single-handedly donated $500 in a single donation. If you look down at the ticker, his name is there. And not only has Nate the Great donated $500 to me once, not twice, but 3 separate times. So, I mean, no one has ever done that for me. Holly Hundo has done a 500. Shep obviously has done 500 once as well. So I feel very blessed to have that type of support when you're normally getting 20 people or less in the room. And so if you're not familiar with him, make sure you message him either on Twitter or in the room and pray for him, because we want to make sure that he's around for a long, long time, not only based off the support he gives us, but the support that I'm going to give him. So love you, and I appreciate you. And that's pretty much what we were going through. We did the, Chiefsaholic talk, had some of the photos of him in the front row, doing his thing, robbing the banks, living his best life, $200,000 bond. We won't be seeing Chiefaholics, I don't think, on Twitter or anytime at a game in the near future. What a shame. But anything good comes to an end. And you got to think, I mean, if he's been doing this for a year, just this season or in past season, I mean, think about how many guys actually go to front row anything. I mean, I've been able to go to front row for like Blazers and, Beavers and Ducks, but primarily Ducks. But NFL games are going to cost the most. You can go to an NBA game and it can be pretty spendy, more than a baseball game, but NFL definitely is the most expensive. And obviously he wanted his Benjamins. He was going to go at any length to get his Benjamins, to be able to go to those games. And that's what he got. And obviously that's him. You get the money, that's where you're sitting, but all good things come to an end. And boy's in jail. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Yeah, nothing like front row. Like when you're in the front row, it's a whole nother vibe. Like I said, I've been front row on the opposing bench, where I've taken friends and paid for the whole thing, bought like 4 tickets and took, the girlfriend and 2 of my friends to the game. And I've also taken 1 person, 2 people, like my boy and obviously his cousin in the front row. The best seats at a Duck game are behind the Duck bench. And I was lucky enough to see Herbert and a lot of these guys, but usually I don't go alone. I usually try to take someone to give them the experience of a lifetime. So, but other than that, that's where the show has been so far. Anything that you want to see? I assume that we have Cyberpunk still in the building. So let's throw up a couple Bo Jacksons here for him. Let me make some more room and delete some of these other photos, and then we'll show him some love. And then anything else that you guys want to discuss or get into, just let me know. I got to go check up on Paisley here in a second. So 1 sec.
21-7 Toledo. The Rockets were down 7-3 at halftime. Our annual NBA on Christmas Day tradition continues. 5 star-studded games on ESPN.
NBA on Christmas Day, 5 games. Sixers, Knicks, Lakers, Mavericks, Bucks, Celtics, Grizzlies, Warriors, Suns, and the Nuggets. All those games are good.
Crucial drive now for Liberty. You're down by 2 scores, and Toledo has shrunk this game. Toledo's had the ball for 14-plus minutes in the second half.
21-7 Toledo.
In terms of plays run, time of possession, all of that stuff. That should be.
And again, anything that you guys want to discuss, I'm just watching this bowl game. The roofclaim.com Boca Raton Bowl, 4th quarter, 21-7 Toledo, 8-4 Liberty versus 8-5 Toledo. And then, we're going to go for a few hours, try to be able to get to a good number, spend some time with each other. And I had to take a mental health day yesterday. I was going to record, and I was feeling almost up for it with about an hour to go. But then I was like, for me to dedicate 3 to 5 hours when you're just, you're kind of on the borderline of feeling good and not feeling good. And, I went for a long walk with Paisley today for an hour and, try to reset, and make sure that I feel good. And once I get my walking in, get my music in, spend some time with her. But I figured, just snugging with her and watching TV, just something sometimes that I just need. I don't like taking days off, but sometimes it's good for the mentals to take a day. And normally I never miss Monday night, Thursday night, or Sunday night football in a season, but the Packers were playing. They're garbage. the Rams were playing. They're even more garbage. It ended up being a garbage game. Yeah, I could have did it, but I think as far as my mental health, that's more important than a garbage Packer and Ram game. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think we really, missed anything. And how many people actually watched that whole game all the way through? Not many, unless you were a fan of the Rams or the Packers. So I doubt very many people watched it all the way through.
He has a live arm, and I think that as you look to the future of this program.
And I don't know if Cyber is still in the room or not. Sometimes he just does like drive-by donos. But regardless, we're going to show some Bo Jackson to make sure we show some love. Because I know that's one of his favorite things, like obviously with me.
We talked quite a bit about Earl Johnson, rightfully so. Nick Given is.
We'll even sprinkle in a little Raiders photos as well. Baseball season is 100 days away, which is nice. So we're getting closer and closer to that. Can't wait for NASCAR to come back as well. It's going to be really fun, man. Once football ends, I know a lot of people will be sad, but for people like me and Sarah, we got NASCAR, we got baseball, we'll be fine. You know what I mean? It's just as long as you're a fanatic, you can jump from one thing to the next. And sometimes that's good. You need to be able to have those things, to be able to not just hang on just one sport. Because for those people that only like NFL and that's it, that's got to be miserable. You know what I mean? You don't like wrestling. You don't like baseball. You don't like NASCAR. You don't like NBA. You don't like college football. Like if you only like the NFL, goddamn, I hope you have other hobbies, because once the NFL is over, I mean, I guess you'll be watching a lot of YouTube and old clips and things like that, because it's nice to be able to like things more than just one sport. Otherwise, it's going to be a long off season for sure. Yeah, we love you too, man. And like I said, I knew you told me that you were going to have some kind of rough news, but I had no idea it was going to be like this. But anything I can do to cheer you up, I'm going to be here for you. And we're going to make sure we're going to get through this together, man. Yeah, you made the wrong choice with that. But again, it's very hard to decide when you got guys that all can get like 10 to 20 points. And sometimes you just go with the guy that you believe in, but it was the wrong guy. And then, you just don't know. But it's like if one guy got 4 to 6 points and then the other guy's got like 10, it's not like it, it ruined you. But every point matters when you're down 23. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I should have started Jerick McKinnon. I mean, I could have had 34 points. You know what I mean? But I put him on my bench and I was going to kind of just do a wait and see approach. So, but if I would have put him in, I probably would have hit like 162, something like that. Then it might have been way unattainable. Because imagine if you were down 40. I mean, it's not impossible to come back if I shit the bed week 2 and you go off. But I saw a lot of your matchups. You got a lot of challenging matchups. I got some challenging ones too. So lots of decisions to be, kind of to debate and go over. Sometimes that's a problem when you have so many good players. What the fuck do you do? It's so hard to decide like what to do when you have so many good players on your bench. It's like paralysis by analysis. Like, do I go this guy? Do I go this guy? It's tough sometimes. Believe that. Appreciate you. Cyberpunk, my boy. Yeah, I imagine he's been the number one running back 2 weeks. And I had a Latavius Murray and I saw McKinnon and I was, okay, when other people are sleeping, I'm on the fantasy app 2 hours a day. Every single day. That's how I ended up, making over 100 transactions, and I'm 13-1, best season I've ever had. But it doesn't mean anything unless you get the chip at the end. And I had some decisions to make, and normally I go running back at my flex, but I decided to bench Nick Chubb for the first time this season, and it paid off because he only got under 10 points again. And I noticed that 3 out of 4 weeks, he was under 10. So I go for the hot hand. I'm only going to go with guys, not name recognition. I'm going to go based off results. And I ended up going, with Godwin, and Godwin ended up getting a touchdown and got me close to 20. So it ended up working out, but it is what it is. What's going on? I thought you were going to go. You're going to chill? Okay, go good.
I like the pace of this drive for Liberty. You're not in a 2-minute boat. Yes, you are concerned about the number of possessions you're going to have.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. Well, you already lost a couple pieces. You want to gain pieces, not lose pieces. I got to get you, bro. But like I said, even if I get past you, there's no guarantee that I'm going to beat Jake or Sarah either. They both have really good heavy hitters, so we'll see. Yeah, I'm ready for NASCAR. I'm so excited for NASCAR and baseball, but I'm still soaking in a lot of the bowl games, a lot of the NFL action, and I feel good that I'm so, like obsessed with positive things like working out and, trying to get that walk in, my mental health, trying to be obsessed about that and being obsessed on watching things that keep me busy so that my mind doesn't race towards, negative things. So, bad snap. Kick is no good. Wow. Liberty, you suck. Oh, Jesus. $55 in donos. Let's get to a hundo. All right, let me know what other things that you guys want to touch on. Anything else that you guys want to look at or touch on, let me know. And we'll just grind it out. I'm going to keep continuing watching this game, and then maybe I'll flip it over to something, NBA related. I got to kind of look at the schedule to see what else we got going on. Let me look to see. I know that what are they showing here? We got college football, and then college basketball, Jumpman Invitational. I'm not really interested in that. We got the Blues and the Kraken en route. Still haven't really been able to get into the Kraken just yet since we got too many things going on. Auburn and Alabama on SEC. And then they're showing the replay on NFL Network. Is this the Dolphin game? I think it is. So I'll probably go back and forth a little bit. So yeah, Jake's team is pretty good too. They're tied. He actually is ahead of Sarah by like 0.60. But if Jalen Hurts is injured, he might be fucked at that point. If Jalen goes down for him, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to beat Sarah, but you never know. Anybody can have a career day in fantasy football, as we know. So. All right, we'll throw up one more bow for my boy.
Except for this mouse. Decorations were hung with meticulous care. That is until I gave this lady a scare.
Oh, the bots love your boy.
Protect your home with Allstate, or your wall could get burned. To all a good night.
Yeah, I mean, also considering the only game I lost, right, all season is the game that I had the most people on the bye, and I had Mark Andrews injured. So I feel that if I didn't have all those people, I would have won that week. And with all that being said, I only lost by like 12 points to Holly. So sometimes that shit happens, and sometimes it's better to end up getting a loss or two. But ultimately, if you try to go undefeated or lose one, that's going to be the ultimate goal. But again, I've had very, very good records the last 3 years, and I haven't won the chip yet. So I think I'm due, but you never know. You never know. If Jalen is out for the Dallas game, you think Oh, absolutely. You can win the Super Bowl with the mustache. For real. Like it's almost like the same type of story with Carson Wentz leading the team towards the end of the year. He gets hurt, except it's not season ending with Jalen. It's just maybe a game or two. You get Minshew in there, and I absolutely think that they can win. Absolutely. Minshew is one of the best backups. And honestly, Minshew could probably start for like 10 teams in the NFL. Like out of all the teams, maybe half. He's not going to be great. You know what I mean? It's going to be kind of like up and down. But I think with all of the weapons that he has around him, as long as he doesn't force into like double coverage and fumble the football, he'll be fine. I mean, he can probably throw for a touchdown or two, maybe run one in. But, as far as backups are concerned, you probably got one of the best in the whole entire NFL. So if it's me, I think that not only they can beat Dallas, but if for whatever reason Hurts gets hurt in the playoffs, I still think that they could beat Dallas, the Niners. I mean, obviously it's going to be a little bit harder because Jalen's like the MVP this year. But, we'll have to kind of wait and see. Let's throw up a picture of the mustache. Let's do that. Had to throw up some bow for you. I didn't know if you were still in the room. But I'm a big fan of Gardner Minshew. And I watched him in college. So I'm very familiar with him. I watched like every game he played, there at Washington State. So I know what Gardner Minshew is about. Well, they're being a little hush-hush on the severity of the injury. saying like, oh, it's not too bad. Oh, he's going to be out a week. And then now he's like, oh, maybe he won't even be out at all. Like they're kind of conflicting reports with, Mustache Minshew. But one thing is for certain, the guy is as a baller. He's got the utmost confidence. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like if anyone has ever seen him play, you already know. They're not losing a whole lot of having him come in. I like him a lot. I would have taken him on Tampa in a heartbeat, so.
Zach, he's been around the quarterback with pressures and hits as well. And, I think that sometimes if you haven't seen a player play in person.
Got to give you all the photos. We got to give you the old one with the Jags, a new one with the Eagles, and then we'll also go with a Washington State one.
One went for 6 minutes plus, another went for 7 minutes.
And if I didn't really believe in him at all, I wouldn't be like, well, I don't know if he can beat Dallas or, oh, I don't know if he can do it. I mean, the team is the most all-in team in the NFL. Of course, if it's Gardner Minshew against Mahomes, Gardner Minshew against Josh Allen, Gardner Minshew against, Joe Burrow, if it ends up being that, the Super Bowl matchup, and it doesn't sound like Hurts is going to be out for the rest of the year, just maybe like a week or two, right? But if whatever, transpired after, and if he re-aggravated it, as we go further in the season, I still think that it's a very similar team to that 2017 team where everyone is against him, but I still think that you could end up winning it all with Gardner Minshew. He's not like a huge drop-off from Hurts, so.
Stewart ran into his own man, Reese able to come around to make the play.
And part of the reason he runs into his own man is look at Terrell Johnson on the bottom of the screen. Look at him squeeze this, hold the point of attack, and push it back inside. Then when it eventually bounces, Mike Smith and others are there to make the play.
I mean, the one thing that Gardner Minshew does really well is he doesn't turn the football over, but he's not afraid. He's not afraid to sling it. And he's a really emotional leader, and I love that. He believes in himself when no one else does. Like me, you know what I mean? Like a lot of people were hating against me, hoping that I fail, hoping that I just give up, that way they can win. But, I mean, I don't think very many people have sacrificed a Jordan rookie card worth $20,000 to $30,000. I mean, do you really think I'm just going to quit, if I have a rough month or two? I'm just going to be like, well, I sacrificed a Jordan rookie. I might as well just call it a day and just quit YouTube forever. That definitely isn't happening. But I guarantee there's people here in Oregon that wish it would happen, that are wishing for my downfall. But not going to happen. Not going to happen. If you put in the hard work, good things are going to happen. And even though I feel that I'm slept on, I feel that I'm hated on, I feel that we, are probably the most slept on channel for sports on YouTube compared to everyone else based off views, subs, the whole 9 yards. But I do know with consistency will come, at some point, it's gotta turn around. You know what I mean? At some point it's gotta get better rather than worse. So I gotta just keep staying positive and just know that my day is coming. And it's going to be glorious when it does, because if anyone deserves it, it's me, based on all the hard work and everything that I've put in to this channel, and also having some of the best fans on YouTube as well that support me through and through. So, I mean, I'm going to give you something that you're not going to get on any other channel. And watch, as we go into next year, there will be people that copy me and copy this style. But, often imitated, never duplicated. It'll never be the quality of what I'm giving you here. And that's big facts. But it would be nice to be able to start, gaining some momentum, with like views and subs and other things. But, I know it'll come. It's just a matter of time. I don't know when, but I know it will. Nicker in the building. What to do?
Comes the blitz, fit in the pocket, and sacked. Akil Washington, first sack of the season.
Yeah, but I've always liked Gardner Minshew a lot. Watched him at Washington State go against Oregon. Very poised. He's got a great support system. He's not going to get in trouble. You know what I mean? And he's a leader. You know what I'm saying? Like, I honestly would, if Brady's gone after this year, and he's either going to go to the Raiders. And you heard it here first, okay? It's more than likely he's going to, I don't think he'll go to the booth, but if they get rid of Carr, don't be surprised if Tom Brady goes to the Raiders or the 49ers. I think that those are the two teams that he'll be looking at, but they have to make a decision if they want Jimmy G, if Trey Lance is going to be the guy, or if they end up wanting to trade Jimmy, Trey will be on the bench, and then Brady will either be the quarterback of the Niners, bang, bang, Niner gang, or they'll trade Carr away, and then they'll end up getting Tom Brady, and he'll reunite with Josh McDaniels. Because if you get Tom Brady, Josh Jacobs, Darren Waller, Hunter Renfrow, you're getting some of those pieces. It could be kind of nice. Devontae Adams from Brady. I mean, we know Brady's getting older, but I definitely think that those are the two teams that he's got on his radar. So.
With unprecedented access to material and labor, even in today's shortage market. With our app,
Yes.
you'll have on-demand
Uncle Rico.
To view your progress, documents, and communicate with our team of experts. Start your recovery today.
WDYM. What do you mean? Your boy.
There's never been a better time to get
I'm all about the abbreviations. Boy.
with a great deal on the hot game you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary.
Yeah, but I would take Minshew on my team. Like if Minshew was able to start for me next year after Brady left, I would take him over Kyle Trask. I mean, like I said, out of all the backups in the NFL, you could argue Minshew's the best. You could really argue it that he is the best. Name a player that's better than Gardner Minshew at backup quarterback right now. If there's anyone in the room, name off all the backup quarterbacks that you would consider to be like a good quarterback. I mean, obviously he had like, the Jimmy G situation, Trey Lance, obviously, but those guys are hurt now. And obviously we're seeing Brock Purdy and some of these other guys, right? But in general, if you were looking at the beginning of the season and you were looking at all the backups in the NFL, can you name one that is close to Gardner Minshew's talent level? I'm not sure if you can. There's a lot of backups that are out there, but I'm not sure if they're as good as Gardner, because honestly, Gardner could start for probably 10 to 16 teams. I mean, are you going to win a lot of games with him? I mean, it depends on what supporting cast and coaching you have around him. If you got a team like the Eagles, yeah, you can win a lot of games there. But if you ended up going to a team like Tampa, results might be a little bit different, but I think you could be successful. That's big facts. I mean, he's doing the Captain Morgan right here. The guy's a stud. He's been a stud for a long, long time, and he believes in himself. And sometimes that's all you need, to believe in yourself. And like I said, if I listened to all the people that told me I was going to fail, that I wouldn't be able to have a successful YouTube channel, or I wouldn't be able to do sports full time, and I wouldn't be able to do this. Well, sometimes all you got to do is just believe in yourself, baby. And I definitely do. And I know some of y'all believe in me too. And I appreciate that.
And you can only experience it on Total.
Tomorrow night in New Orleans, it's the
Yeah. Or you could be like Nick Foles. I think that's the best example. You could have a guy that people don't think is going to play that well or is like pretty good. But again, if you have a great supporting cast, right? If you have a great supporting cast, I mean, you don't have to really do a whole lot. And Gardner Minshew is more than a game manager. He can win you a game with his legs or with his arm. So that's really the difference. A lot of guys that are backup quarterbacks only, can do so much. And then you're just like, fuck. All you got to do is just, don't turn the ball over, hand it off, don't throw any picks, and the run game and the defense will win us the game. But Gardner Minshew can actually win the game with his arm and his legs, and not many guys can say that right now. So I believe in him. And I know you do, and I appreciate that. Oh, big catch. Go down the sideline. Liberty. Touchdown. Liberty. Wow. That was crazy. Now the game is going to be tied if they hit this 2-point conversion. Well, this bowl game got interesting. If you guys are looking for a decent bowl game, Boca Raton Bowl, ESPN, Salter with a big touchdown, 21-19. Now they have to go for 2. There's 3:40 left. So if you want to watch football with me for the last 3:40, looks like it's getting kind of dicey. I appreciate that too. I mean, there's people that definitely are wishing on my downfall, like the guy that I used to record with. But you know what? It ain't happening. It ain't happening, man. Especially, if you don't got the work ethic and you want to be a hater, I mean, what can I say? You know what I'm saying? It's like, and obviously I could have fired the person, and it also makes it look better on me because I didn't even do that. You decided to walk away on your own, and now you're the one regretting it. But eventually, I was going to end it anyways. So, it is what it is, but I actually like the channel better without him. So, especially if you're going to be a low-key hater and not be a supporter. And a lot of people that you think are your friends aren't really your friends. They're frenemies, and they're jealous of you, and it's been that way for a long, long time. So crazy thing is that Preston, as a referee, actually reffed a game with his kid. And he actually messaged me at halftime, said, "Oh, boy is in the stands." I'm like, no shit. And he actually reffed the game. There was no confrontation or anything, even though he has threatened us a couple times. But, I guess if you're miserable and you're depressed and everyone leaves you, you're only going to have bad things coming. Your girl left you, you quit this, you want to talk shit and be that type of person. I mean, I got nothing to say about you. So, but I am happy of where the direction of the channel has gone. And normally I would say, I wish you the best of luck, but I don't wish anything on that end right there. So that's big facts. But I do wish that we get a good chance to see Gardner Minshew. And hopefully he ends up balling out, and hopefully he ends up getting a dub if Jalen can't go. And that is big facts. Good things come to people that work hard. That's facts.
At Walmart, save on thousands of gifts for everyone on your list. The savings in here all month long.
Well, he was the starter, and honestly, but this year he was a starter, but now he's going to be the backup. But I do think Jacoby Brissett is good too. That would be a good one because I think they played better than people expected. And hell, he's better than Deshaun Watson. I mean, I think anyone can see that. You know what I'm saying? I think he's better. But again, Jacoby Brissett would be a guy I would take in Tampa as well. But like every other backup quarterback or starting quarterback, there's limitations. And Jacoby Brissett can only do so much. But also, he got Chubb, Kareem Hunt, Amari Cooper. It's like he's got weapons. It's not like he had to do a whole lot. But I will put Jacoby Brissett, if we want to label him as a backup, yeah, I mean, he is one of the best backups. He's definitely top 3 for sure. But I'm not sure if I would label him a backup this year because he started the season. You know what I mean? Because of the whole Deshaun Watson Tuggy fiasco. So Tuggies everywhere.
At no cost to you. With Inflation Buster, that could save you thousands. That's more road trips.
Oh, what channel is that on? Is that on NBA Network? I'll actually click on that. What is that on? Is that on TV right now? Today's Tuesday. Is that on TNT? Must be on TNT. Let me look. It's got to be. Yep. Grizzlies Nuggets. Okay. I'll click on it too. I'll watch both. All right. I'll watch that game with you, Shep. Shep, you got work today? You got to work in like an hour and a half or what? Yeah, well, I don't think he's going to get $30 million a year, but they should pay him. It's like, why would you want to have Geno do what he did this year and then move on from him? I mean, I pretty much assume that they're going to keep him there. Oh, again, that's right. That's right. You are off tonight because obviously of all the hard work that you've done. I know you meant. See, that's where I'm scattered brain right now. So Geno's much better than Gardner Minshew, though. Let's not get it twisted one bit. Geno is much better than Gardner Minshew. So Geno ain't going nowhere. He'll be back with the team next year. I mean, you don't want to, it's like you're trying to build something, you know what I mean? And you're going from year 1 to maybe year 2, 3, 4. You don't want to build all that chemistry and then just throw it into the trash and then start over again. So V-Man in the building, what to do? All right, I got to go back and forth with this game on TNT, but there's 3:40 left in this bowl game, so I got to watch that first. It's more important. And they didn't get the 2-point conversion, but they just fumbled. Toledo up 21-19 with 3:35 to go. Okay, I think I'm done with this Chiefs background since I only did it because of the Chiefsaholic thing, so I think we're going to go somewhere else. We can either do a snow background. We can go here. We can go here. We can go in the studio. This is always nice. It's always pleasant. Maybe we'll go here. Change the vibe. Any background you guys want to see, just let me know. I'll always bounce around from one to another. Ooh, nice run. Got popped in the head. First down and 10. I got to take a look at the other bowl games. All right, let me take a quick peek here. All right. So tomorrow's bowl game is 6 p.m. Western Kentucky and South Alabama. And then on Thursday, it's Baylor and Air Force. And then Friday is a doubleheader, Louisiana and Houston, Wake Forest and Missouri. Saturday, Middle Tennessee and San Diego State. New Mexico State, Bowling Green on Monday. Georgia Southern and Buffalo. Memphis and Utah State. Coastal Carolina and East Carolina. And then finally, when we get to 2 days after Christmas, we get a game that I probably will do. Wisconsin and Oklahoma State at 7:15, 2 days after Christmas. And then on 3 days after Christmas at 5, my Ducks, Oregon Ducks, play North Carolina, and I'll do that one as well. So we got a lot of these kind of like, you know, not the best matchups, but of course it's obviously for the money. So yeah, keep me posted on that. All right, where do I want to go? I like this background.
Another big run and another first down for Toledo, close to midfield. 2:01 to go. Clock continues to run as they spot the ball. There's an injured Liberty player down at midfield.
Yeah, I think I'll go here. This is what it makes me feel. Feel good. 2-minute warning.
You know, in a 4-minute drive scenario where everyone knows you're going to run the ball, and let me tell you something.
Do you have the day off, or are you going to have to work?
Turner as a receiver, but how about as a lead blocker there? That was impressive.
He was the lead blocker on the touchdown run by Finn.
I mean, there'll be some other games that I do. I'll do like probably Oklahoma, Florida State. Well, that's early. Texas, Washington. I'll probably do that one. And this is like a few days, obviously, after Christmas. You know, Pittsburgh, UCLA, Notre Dame, South Carolina, Tennessee, Clemson. That'll be probably when I do Bama, Kansas State, Iowa, Kentucky, TCU, Michigan, Ohio State, Georgia. Of course, I'm going to try to do as many as those. Tulane, USC, LSU, Purdue. I mean, I'm going to try to do as many as I can. So. Oh, you'll be working? Well, I doubt that they're going to lose. I mean, I would assume that they're going to win it all. So I assume you'll beat Ohio State, and then Michigan will more than likely beat TCU, you would think, and then Georgia, Michigan, and you beat the brakes off of them. And, you know, the Georgia-Ohio State championship game would be better than Georgia-Michigan, but, you know, it is what it is.
Getting the ball back, having to pick up a couple first downs, try to end the game with the ball in your possession. Off to a good start.
Third downs, you brought it up to 8 of 10 for Toledo in the second half.
Yeah, it is Wisconsin, Oklahoma State. That's going to be a good one.
Almost unheard of in terms of efficiency on third down, especially when you think about how it was a struggle. 2 of 7.
All right, I got 2 minutes left of this game, and then I'll watch the NBA game with Shep, and we can watch that. Anything that you guys want to look at? Anything you guys want to discuss? I mean, this is pretty much for you guys. Anytime we have a stream where it's not like me actually calling a game, it's pretty much free reign for anyone that's in the room. We can talk about whatever the fuck you guys want. You guys can let me know what pictures you want to see. Anyone that donates, obviously they come first, and then we'll take care of the pictures for them. And then we go from there. So, if there's anything that you guys want to discuss, anything that you guys want to see, just type it in and holler, and we'll go from there. Actually, I think I'm going to do the Bo Jackson background for the cards. I always like that one. Let me see. I do love baseball cards a lot. I like looking at that stuff. So I think I'm going to do that. 1 sec. Let's go here.
And that's a pickup of 9. And a timeout. That is the final timeout of the game for Liberty. Tonight's Capital One player of the game.
Love me some cards.
He's starting to add some hardware to the collection after the MAC championship game, and now here
Oh, but I like this one.
He's just,
I like the 1987.
the game didn't start off perfect for him. I just
All right, we'll go.
in terms of decisions he's made as a passer, how tough he's been as a runner, and what this offense has done.
I like the 1987 tops. This is the one I like. This one is just like the wood panel. It's like when you used to have Hot Wheels and, you know, they had like the woody, the wood panel, like just the wood color. I don't know what it is about this 1987 set. I was 5, but this is like really memorable for me for like collecting cards when I was first starting out, like 87, 88, 89. I got a lot of memories with that and I love it. I fucking love it. Lots of memories with the cards.
He was going to be the first pick. He's just that kind of competitor. I mean, he left this game injured, got hurt.
Yeah, and we can always look up anything nostalgia-wise too. You know, anything that you guys like, you know, toys, cards, stuff from the 80s and the 90s. You know, whatever you guys want. You know, like I said, it's you know, this is an opportunity for you to be able to see something that maybe you wouldn't be able to normally see, or maybe we've seen it before, but this game's almost over. Looks like Toledo is going to get the dub, it looks like. 21-19. And they just got the first down, so pretty much they just got to kneel it. And Liberty fought there at the end, but a little too late. That was your first rookie card. Really? First card was Jason Giambi. Wow. Do you remember what it was? What brand?
Making sure nobody does anything. Empathize the situation. For Liberty, this will be the first bowl loss for the Flames as an FBS team. They were 3-0, and it's Liberty's final game as an independent heading to Conference USA.
Was it like 95 score? Do you remember? I'm looking at him right now, looking at.
Will do it. And Toledo, your winner. The 2020
Was it Upper Deck?
Boca Raton Bowl.
You don't remember? What did the card look like?
Came from Toledo's offense. They were bullied in the trenches for most of the first half.
Oh, man. That's a rookie.
In the second half, I think you have to give Jason Campbell a lot of credit for how he coaches football team. In-game adjustments, how they responded, and it's not that cold, coach from Florida.
There's another one.
Feels better when it's 65 degrees. Final score here: Toledo 21, Liberty 19. The Capital One postgame trophy ceremony can be seen live now on the ESPN app. Sports Center coming up next.
Do you remember if it was a sideways card or an up and down card? All right, that game is over. Now I can go back to the game. All right, let's go to. All right, I got Nuggets and Grizzlies on. This is a good matchup. There's one. You just remember it was a rookie card? Sammy Sosa. I love him, man. I can't get enough, man. I'm all about the card life. Still, even to this day. Just was really blessed to be able to get that Aaron Judge ball, and then I got the Aaron Judge rookie card. You know, and obviously you have to spend money to make money, and I imagine that Aaron Judge will probably break his own record. I imagine that he'll be able to get past 62. You know what I mean? Like, and hopefully it's not with any type of steroids or anything, and he's going to be in New York for a while. I mean, if anyone's going to be able to beat that record, I think it's only going to be him. I don't know if anyone else is good enough to get that many, except for maybe like, you know, Julio, or if someone, you know, in their prime ends up having like a 50 home run season and gets hot, but I'm not sure how many people can really put up stats like that. Ohtani's great, right? But there's limitations, you know, usually about 30 to 40 home runs. Mike Trout can get 40 plus, but I'm not sure if he's going to get like 60. You know, he's starting to kind of get older and wind down a little bit, pass the torch to Julio. You know, we already know Aaron Judge is incredible. And like there's a few guys that are those big heavy hitters, but I really don't see anyone competing with that number except for Aaron Judge himself. So.
Yeah, and the big thing, like Michael Malone told us before the game, where do you start, we asked him, in trying to improve this defense?
It was an up and down card.
Tonight, only 3 fast break points for Memphis. But Jeff Green,
Yeah, if you ever come here to Oregon, we'll have to link and I'll take you, to a couple places so we can like look at some, Falcon stuff and some Brave stuff. And I can take you to, because the couple card shops, the biggest ones in Oregon are not very far from my house. I got 2 of them and they got graded cards there and they've got a lot of cool stuff. You'd love it, man. We can go get a bite to eat and then we can go look at some cards. Like I'd be able to show you, some fun places to go. It would be awesome, man. Especially if anyone loves sports, you know what I mean? It's like I could be in a card shop for hours, but obviously I don't stay that long. You don't want to ruin your welcome unless you're buying something. They don't want to have a bunch of looky-loos just looking, But I love going to places like that. It was always the card shop or Toys R Us for me. Look at toys, and then I could always go to Target and the other places, Kmart. But a lot of these places are becoming like obsolete. Kmart doesn't exist. Toys R Us, KB Toy Stores is gone, but now it's coming back, and I can go to like supposedly Macy's, and there's a little Toys R Us area at Macy's. Have you guys been to Macy's in your guys' area? And if you guys have been to Macy's at the mall where you live, is there a Toys R Us in your hometown state inside of the Macy's? Do they have a Toys R Us section? Because supposedly a lot of the places in America have them. I know they have some open in Canada still, but they did file for bankruptcy, which is shitty. Yeah, but I haven't gone, but I definitely want to go. Ooh, I have this one of his first ones here of a Giambi. Yeah, but a lot of people that collected cards like in the 80s and 90s, everyone thinks they have valuable cards, but literally 99% of people don't have anything because they mass produced so much. So unless you're like one of those guys that like has rookie cards or autographs or patches or, or what's hot, like the collectible shit, if you just ended up buying packs and boxes and sets, I mean, you might have some stuff, but the average person that, is like, oh, I have all these cards from the 80s and 90s, and they try to like sell them to a card shop. Like, people go through them. There's usually nothing, or very rarely they might have a couple, but this is one of the Giambi's earliest ones. This was the 40th anniversary. This was around the Chipper Jones time, 91. Team USA Giambi.
Yep, even easier than that. And with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is it even a decision?
Ooh, this is a cool one, the Bowman. But this one isn't a rookie though. But this is just a cool looking card. And I just love the way that the cards looked back then. Sometimes simple is better. That's a cool one with the like reflection on the other side. I like that. That's neat. A lot of the stuff is really fancy, glitter, holograms, like all kinds of stuff. But I mean, sometimes the old stuff is just, I don't know. I'm an old school guy, so I love the new stuff. Don't get me wrong. I do like the new stuff, but some of the old stuff is nice too. Yeah, I mean, like skybox and hoops, and I mean, like I said, every once in a while, and even if you have like rookie cards, like, oh, I got a Anthony Hardaway rookie or Chris Webber, and you're thinking it's worth like all this money, even Shaquille O'Neal's, but in reality, I mean, if you have them graded, then you have money. But if you just have them in sleeves or, it's all condition sensitive. And most people that have like even Shaq rookies, they're like $10. $15, sometimes 20, you know what I mean? But you're not really looking at like, oh, I had one guy, one of my friends, right? He was like cleaning out a place that, someone moved out of. And he's like, oh, I got all these Ken Griffey Jr. rookie cards. And he's like, he thought he was rich. And I was like, bro, I have every single card that you're like sending me a picture of. It's all condition sensitive. The guy thought that he had like all this money. I'm like, bro, you got cards that are worth like 10 to 20 bucks. And if they're bent, they're not worth anything. Like, you know what I mean? He's like, well, I saw them on the internet going for $1,000. Yeah, graded PSA 10, moron. Like, it's like, yeah, you're going to see stuff out there, but it's not graded, like, I don't know. Some people are stupid, I guess. They don't understand. It just depends if you know the card game or not. But, I mean, it's like, okay, one comes in an encapsulated case that's through PSA or BGS, right? And then the one that you have is just like exposed, open, just it's not going to be worth the same. So some people know. And then the funny thing is when I told him, he thought I was like ripping him off. Like I wanted to buy his stuff and I was trying to lowball him. I'm like, listen, I don't give a shit about any of your cards. I own every single one of them. I'm like the biggest Ken Griffey Jr. fan on planet Earth. I could give two fucks about your Don Russ Ken Griffey Jr. I have the same card and I have it autographed. Like I should know. And even my autograph rookie card, right, that's in pretty good shape, like an 8 or a 9, it's only worth like 100, 150. And he's like, oh, it's worth a lot more. I'm like, all right, man. And then I haven't heard from him since. So I was like, bro, I've been collecting cards since I was like 3, 4, 5 years old. I'm 40. And the guy that was talking to me is like 25. I'm like, all right, man, I'm not going to argue with you. I was like, I think I know what shit is worth. I look at shit like that every day. But, you know, you got these people that, you know, the like get rich quick kind of scheme, you know, oh, I got all these cards. Well, guess what? They're not worth anything. Or if they are, they're not worth enough for anyone to give a shit. You know, it's like you can go to a card shop. Oh, look at these Chris Webbers and Christian Leitners and Shaqs, or, you know, even though you know a guy had a good career, do you think any card shop's going to offer you anything? And if they did, you know, you have a $10 card, they're going to offer you $2 or nothing. You know what I mean? They're not going to give you 50%. You know, they're going to give you as little as possible. You come in there with a bunch of cards worth $200, they probably will offer you 60. Take it or leave it, you know, because they know what they're doing. It's kind of like, you know, going to a pawn shop. They're going to try to give you half or less than half and see if you take it. So, oh yeah. Well, I mean, the error cards were the big money cards back then because we didn't really have a lot of autograph cards or patch cards. So error cards were hot in the 80s and 90s. But then as time went on, you know, finding out how many of the cards existed, and then they kind of lost a little bit of their flavor. But some of that is for nostalgia. I never owned, you know, the fuck you card with the Billy Ripken, but it would be a kind of a cool piece to have just as far as nostalgia is concerned. But I wouldn't like overpay for one at this point. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what I collect. I always collect stuff that I know I can flip. But for me, I don't sell shit. You know, I'm a collector. So, I mean, I usually will give away my stuff before I sell it. You know, if I find someone of a fan of a team and I have memorabilia, if I feel they're worth it, you know, I'll give them a piece, but I'm like, don't sell this. Don't open it. If it's a figure, you know, I'm going to give this to you in good faith. You know what I mean? And I'm not even lying. Out of my full collection of toys and cards, like out of, you know, however much X amount of dollars. I mean, imagine I did have a Michael Jordan rookie that's worth like 20 to 30,000. Okay. But not all my cards are worth like that. You know, that was like a special circumstance, but I do have good money in cards and toys. Right. But out of my whole entire toy collection, that's worth, it's a pretty good amount. I probably have given away, no lie, no, I'm not even joking. I probably have given away 25% of my collection, if not more. 25 to 35% I've probably bought, and then I found someone that I thought that was worthy, and I gave it to them for free. You know what I mean? That's just what I do, you know? If I know someone is a big fan, and I'm not necessarily a big fan of that team, but I like that guy, that player, but I know that you'll love it, and you'll put it in your room, or you're going to hang it up, and it'll be something that'll, like, make you happy, then, yeah, you know, maybe I'll pass that down. But, yeah, over the years, you know, in the last 20 years, I probably have given away, like, 25 to 35% of my toy collection, so. Oh, nice. Ryan Howard. Nice. $48-30 Denver. God damn, they're balling on them.
The New Zealander who played here at Pitt, and will go back to the Nuggets. He took off here pretty good. Under 4 to go.
It's crazy, like guys like Ryan Howard, you know, it's like he hasn't been out of the league, it seems like that long, but then you actually look at his rookie card year and you're like, holy fuck, dude, 2003? But I mean, time flies, you know, it's like a lot of the stuff, like it seems like, you know, 80s, 90s, and 2000s wasn't that long ago. And then you realize we're in 2022 on the cusp of 2023. And you're like, wow, I guess it was quite a long time ago.
another excellent drive. Look, it's not easy to come into a team like Memphis as a rookie that's a contending team and to break into that rotation. Roddy has done that.
I mean, at some point I might do like box breaks or, packs or something at one point or another. There's all kinds of things that I could do for content and whatnot and stuff. But I just feel like when you end up buying boxes or packs, most of the time you're just throwing money away. I mean, everyone is just, banking that they're going to get that big autograph dual card of like Jordan Kobe. But I mean, let's be realistic. I mean, getting good cards is like winning the lottery. You're not going to get a lot. I mean, you're going to spend a hell of a lot more money than you're going to actually get back. And then if you do end up getting that autograph, if you spend like $400 on a box that's got 4 packs with 5 cards in it, chances are you're going to get an autograph, but it's going to be like some no-name schmuck that you don't even give a fuck about. And you'll probably end up just, selling it, or, you know what I mean? Like the chances of actually getting that dream card, Kobe, Jordan, LeBron, triple auto, it probably ain't going to happen. Like I said, I've gotten some stuff, but I don't spend money like Preston does. Preston spends a lot of money gambling and buying a lot of cards, but he definitely spends more than he gets back. And that's big facts. I'd rather just buy the rookie cards. So, ooh, nice. That sounds good. Hell yeah. 10 cards. Nice. Ooh, big 3 right there. 51-37 Denver. Hopefully Memphis can catch up a little bit. You got Joker, nice backdoor cut. Oh, what a dunk. Denver crowd is very lit. John Morant can only do so much. That sounds good. We ended up getting some Chinese food. So we got like crab puffs, orange chicken, white rice, pork fried rice. What else did we get? A number of, we got the egg flour soup. I love egg flour soup. Egg flour soup is just money. Like, especially when it's nice and hot and warm. You can't put a price on some stuff like that. So we have leftovers, and I'm going to probably eat some here in a little bit. But yeah, and it's a good thing also, too, because when you get like food like that, you can have leftovers and you get kind of full. So we might have food until like tomorrow lunchtime. You spend $50-$60 on food. I mean, it should last 2 people quite a while. I mean, if you are pretty hungry. So. Yeah, I did see that. A lot of the games are going to be split up on 2 days. And obviously we had that this last weekend, and then we're going to end up having it again. I'm just kind of sad that we were kind of coming to an end. But I guess if you're someone like me that's watched so much football, college and NFL, it does kind of feel like to me that it's been a long season. But for people that are like the occasional fan, or maybe they just watch their team play with an occasional Sunday night, Monday night, Thursday night, maybe the season hasn't seemed that long. For me, it's I know it's going to be over very quick. That's why I try to soak in as much sports as I can, because I know at one point it'll be over, and then all of us are going to be bitching and complaining, and we're going to want to talk about the draft. We're going to be talking about the combine, things like that, but it's not the same. So. Still can't believe that story about the Chiefsaholic. And I guess there's 2 other super fans that are Chiefs fans that hate each other, and they're on social media and they fought or whatever at the game. They like threw punches at each other and stuff. So I don't know what it is about the Chiefs fan base. I mean, usually they don't really have anybody like, I feel like that toxic, but I think every fan base has, I think, toxic fans. But this one definitely takes the cake for robbing, to go to the games, Still, it's like almost unbelievable. But I mean, if you got a history of crime, I mean, eventually it's going to catch up. But it's just crazy that he did it for the sole purpose of bankrolling on being able to pay for gas, food, and to be able to go on plane or car to these games. So he robbed the place, boom, go to the game the next day, leave, and then they have no idea who he is. And they probably have been searching for the guy in that hometown state, and he's not even there. So. Tyree in the building. What to do, bro? What's good? Just watched a little bit of the bowl game. Now we're watching Denver and Memphis. And we're talking about a few different options. Like if you guys are going to have Gardner Minshew, you guys should be fine. I still think Gardner Minshew can win it all. If it ends up being the Eagles, and I know Hurts will only be out for like a week or two, or if they haven't played this week and just give them a bunch of painkillers, which is possible, that could happen as well. But I really do believe in Gardner Minshew. I really do. And like, for whatever reason, if Hurts gets hurt again, I still think you can win the Super Bowl with a Gardner Minshew. Hell, if you can win the Super Bowl with Nick Foles, you can win it with Gardner Minshew. Minshew's better than Foles. But Foles was hot at the right time, and that's what you got to be, hot and healthy. So, all right, well, take care. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll keep grinding it out. And like I said, make sure you do something for yourself. Watch some Star Wars. Watch some Mandalorian. Watch something either sports related or Star Wars related, stuff that you like, and that'll get you in a better mood. That's what I would do. You just got to go back to your childhood on things that you watched when you were younger. Cartoons, shows. I mean, they're the one single thing that you can do. I mean, being around water is nice, and then obviously, having those memories. But anytime you watch an old show or an old cartoon, something like that, that gives me instant joy and gets me right back on track. So hopefully you can do something like that, and that'll get you back there. Halftime. 55-40 Denver. It's a little surprising. Final score, Toledo 21, Liberty 19.
And what if I want to change my plan? Say if I was here to help. What if I want to change sports?
Newcomer Chris Paul is maintaining a narrow lead in these final years. But here comes an opponent closing the gap. 1 foot in front of the other. They are battling it out. And Chris Paul edges ahead. Those are the hips of a champion.
At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs. Get a quote today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Giannis, what's up, dude? Oh, man. You want to grab a selfie? Oh, for sure. All right. What's that? Ooh. Watch this. Easy go. Okay, I see you. Okay. Hey, we're gonna play one-on-one or what? Let's go.
Get Google Pixel 7 or Pixel 7 Pro for free.
Here's another one. This one's got all kinds of cards on it. Got the Frank Thomas rookie in the top left.
I can tell.
All kinds of cards.
Hey, Mom. I can tell.
We got the Barry Bonds, Omar Vizquel. This one's got a nice kind of collage. Bo Jackson there in the middle, Mark McGuire. Lots of rookie cards on this one.
I can tell. And if you didn't know, driving high is a DUI.
Welcome to life in the new open web, where innovation keeps pace with imagination, and the future arrives daily. Viant is pioneering a new approach to media, combining AI with human insight, creating new ways to reach customers and new standards of measurement, both on and offline. Viant, built for the new open web, built for now. Just 10 seconds left. Why?
Trying to look to see how many cards of these ones that I had. I had a few of these. Nothing like those wood grain cards, man.
Suffering from sinus congestion, especially
Right, true. You know what I mean? Like I said, even if you take a couple weeks off, I mean, Gardner Minshew might be the best, backup quarterback in the NFL. So that's facts.
by reducing swelling in the sinuses. Try Vicks Sinex.
Jameson, the smooth triple distilled whiskey knows when people.
Anything that anybody wants to look at, like I said, we're just chilling. I'm just watching the NBA game here, 55-40. You know, anytime we end up having a stream like this, like I said, take advantage. Anything that you guys want to see, let me know. Tyree, you got anyone that you want to see? I did throw up some Gardner Minshew from before. We can throw those up for you. And I can't believe that we're almost in 2023. I know there's going to be a spot where I end up, writing something down and I'm going to put 2022. 2023 is just crazy. Like I graduated high school in 2000. So this is just, shit is crazy, man. Crazy, crazy stuff. Yeah, but like I said, I watched almost every single game of Minshew in college, so I already knew that he was going to be a baller. It's just a matter of getting an opportunity, to be able to shine. And obviously, there's going to be quarterbacks that are better than him. I still think Minshew could start for about 5 to 10 teams in the NFL if he got on the right option or right team. But sometimes you just have to be a backup, and then you get your time. So, and he might be able to get a Super Bowl ring out of this too. So. And here's a little foreshadowing.
Just look at this perfection, this fruition of teamwork and everything. Listen, you start the break, my guys know right here, another pass. I will get it back. I will shoot another pass, but you know what? To get the double, I'm going to travel with the left in my car.
But I imagine now they're probably really happy that they have someone like Gardner Minshew for like insurance, just in case, Hurts gets injured, he gets hurt, Hurts gets hurt, that you have someone that you believe in, instead of going with third string or fourth string option. So.
Cut real hard, cut real fast. You will see them. Shout out to the great Jackson, the true definition of the great. I have a question for you. Season high 26 field goal attempts, by the way, in that big triple-double game the other night. Only 5 field goal attempts in the first half, 6 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists. Now, what's your question? My question is second, he's the greatest, arguably one of the greatest centers ever played a game. How would you guard the Joker? If he was guarding you, and what would you try to do offensively against the Joker who's question again? How would I guard him? How would you guard him, and how would you go at it? The only way he would be able to score me is in a pick and roll situation, because I'll probably have to help, especially tomorrow working out, which frees him up a little bit. If he's going down in the post, I don't want to help. If he shoots a jump hook over me, good shot. Now, on the other hand, on that torture end, where's he going? What is he from already? Slavic lasagna. Slavic lasagna. What? You would have a hard time guarding him too. No, it's like a little bit like Monty. He's too smart to take you in the post. He comes up on the 3-point line. That's my point. So if he's like doing those plays and I gotta help out, and he gets a little space where he can get kicked, hit that pick and pop jumper like that. Big country used to eat me a lot. But not in the post, so I would have to help on the guard. Well, that's why I said it. That's exactly it. Serbian lasagna. Exactly. Well, same thing. Serbian, Slavic. What you got, Jen? All right. Start with it. Okay. I'm going to go. We talk about positionless basketball, and a lot of times we talk about it from an offensive point of view. That you can have multiple. Yeah,
but I do hope Jalen ends up being healthy. I want them to have a good run, and he deserves the MVP, no doubt. It is a team effort, but you can't discredit what he's done.
You know what? Let's switch this in two because there's no real advantage. Everybody's 6'8", everyone's athletic. Braun is athletic. The kid from Kansas. You got, Green under there. Everyone, we can contest. Now, everyone, how many times are you going to see 4 guys go for a rebound in an NBA game? Because
for sure. Right. Okay, he's a competitor, man. I mean, he already knows he's more than likely going to win the MVP, right? I mean, it's either him or Mahomes, and his stats are better than Mahomes. So I don't see why, but for whatever reason, if they did decide to hate on him and give it here and you gave it to Mahomes, of course, people would be upset, right? But if you end up getting Super Bowl MVP, you don't give a shit. Regular season MVP and all that shit don't matter. It really what comes down to is, you're trying to win the Super Bowl. That's what fucking matters. That's facts. So, Tyree, did you hear the story about Chiefsaholic? Do you know who that is? The Superfan? This is like the basis of the show. So I'm not sure if you read the report, but guy's always in the front row. You might have seen him on Twitter on your timeline, right? Always sitting in the front row for Chiefs games, dressed up as a wolf, right? Always at road games in the front row. And people are wondering, like, how do you end up being in the front row for all of these games? $1,000, $2,000 tickets? Like, how are you affording this? You're not rich. And then we find out That motherfucker is robbing banks on the road to be able to supply his front row seat. And not only that, he sat front row for Kansas State bowl game. And who knows how long he's been doing this year, if he's been doing it for multiple years. Pretty crazy. But he got caught on Friday in Houston where he was trying to get front row seats for the Texans and the Chiefs, robbed the place on Friday, was going to go to the game Saturday. But, let's just wear the same mask, let's wear this. Let's wear the mask and just, like no one's going to put two and two together. But a lot of times if you're, only going to be in that place for one day and then you're going back home, they're not going to find you, So in some instances of him getting the money, there was a little bit of ballsiness and smarts to it because he wasn't staying there. But eventually he ended up getting caught. And now the bond is $200,000. So he ain't getting out anytime soon. And so we talked about that. And then obviously our, one of our, goats, Nate the Great, he's got some type of form of either cancer or something. He's in the hospital right now. And, obviously we're trying to cheer him up a little bit. Obviously being in the hospital during Christmas time isn't ideal, but we tried to cheer him up. And then other than that, and then now we're just kind of going into cards and other things, for different backgrounds and whatnot. But other than that, that's pretty much what we've been doing, just kind of grinding it out and hanging out. And now I'm just gonna watch the second half of this Denver Memphis, and that's what we're doing. So many backgrounds. $55. Let's get to a hundo. 45 to go. And again, anything that you guys want to discuss and go over, please do. Because anytime I do a show that's not me doing a game, I mean, there's definitely free reign for anyone to speak up. So unless you just want to watch me fucking watch TV. I mean, if you guys want to do that, I mean, that's up to you, I guess.
The NBA's biggest stars are ready to shine at the NBA All-Star Game in Utah, and you help choose who takes the court.
All right, I'm trying to look. Anything on the sports headlines or anything that we should be going over, Sarah? Anything wrestling-wise, NBA, MLB, NFL? Anything that is newsworthy to be talking about? Anything that we can talk about and I can post a picture or something? Man arrested for allegedly robbing a bank dressed as a wolf. Oh my gosh.
Free for new and current customers, plus $100 to spend on accessories.
Merry Christmas, Sir Nicholas here. Holiday shopping for your golfer is super easy with the Go Play Golf card. The gift that will make any golfer happy. It can be used to play golf at 5,000 courses nationwide, to purchase merchandise, to take a golf vacation.
Yeah, but if they do give it to Mahomes, right? I mean, but if you end up winning the Super Bowl and Hurts gets MVP, are you going to care? No. Because normally they're not going to give the MVP and the same person's going to get the Super Bowl MVP. But if you actually look, best team, quarterback that plays the best, I mean, you can't really give it to anyone besides Hurts. And if they end up giving Hurts the MVP and he wins Super Bowl MVP, but to me, Mahomes does not deserve the MVP this year. I mean, I don't think anyone in their right mind, even Chiefs fans, think that they, look at the stats, do the comparison. I mean, it's not even close. I mean, even though he had a couple picks the last game, but still found a way to come back and get the dub. So, yeah, very crazy. But like I said, it's one thing to do, have, money for home games. So I don't think he was robbing banks, in Kansas City, but he was robbing banks on the road locations. So that way they, because obviously if you're robbing banks in Kansas City and they know that someone dresses like that for Chiefs games, he probably would have got caught a lot sooner. But if you're, have a wolf mask and you're like in, Texas or, on the road in these different areas, chances are they're not going to put two and two together that, oh, that's the Chiefs Superfan Chiefsaholic. You know what I mean? And at least he wasn't dumb enough to dress up in the full wolf suit, just the head part. Could you imagine if he ended up wearing the whole wolf suit with like his Chiefs gear? I mean, you never know. I mean, it just depends if they're drunk or on drugs or high or what. But yeah, it's definitely probably the craziest story that I've heard of in 2022. Shit, it's probably the craziest story that I've heard in the last couple years, to be honest. I mean, can we think of any other story that's crazier than that? I don't think so. Not really like fan related. I don't think so. Pretty wild and crazy. Lemon pepper. Winter Wonderland, baby. Yeah, we're supposed to get a little bit of snow. I think we're supposed to get a little bit of snow in a couple days, but I think it's just gonna, wash away. I don't think it's gonna be too crazy. Oh, you sent me something. Cool. What did you send me?
How white do you think your teeth really are? Let's try the tissue test. Oh, still yellow.
Ooh, yes. That looks good, man. Heck yeah. Taco Tuesday, bro. Heck yeah, that looks good. That looks good. And sometimes when you end up, making food yourself, you can go get it too. But when you can end up making it yourself and you put that love into it, sometimes for me, it tastes better. It's like, yeah, you can go get the great ingredients. You can go to your favorite spot. But if you actually take the time to do 30 minutes to an hour and make, food, as long as you know what you're doing, that it's going to end up tasting better and you'll feel a little bit better about it. But that looks good. Oh, there definitely will be a movie. There definitely will be a movie for it. I mean, it might be low budget. I'm not sure if it's going to end up being like in the box office. And also we need to know like the full story. Like how long is he? I mean, he has a history of theft, and he's been to jail multiple times in different states in the last 10 years, locked up a year or two out, locked up a year or two out. Family's been arrested, mom, dad, like a brother. There's like the whole family's been arrested. So they've had like a history of crime, but it'd just be really crazy to find out that, like he robbed every single bank and every single road game so far. You know what I mean? Like, unless he had enough money from the previous bank robbery, because we don't really know how much money he actually got from each location. Like, he might have only had to rob a couple, or he might have been robbing 5 or 6 or 7 or 8. We don't know. You know what I mean? Because if you end up getting like $250,000 or, $100,000 in one robbery, you probably don't need to go rob again unless you're greedy and want more money. So family of criminals, Yeah. But especially if you're getting caught with theft and you haven't learned your lesson and you're in jail and you're like, well, fuck it, I'm going to do it again. Like, I mean, obviously you're not the brightest one in the bunch, you know what I mean? But of course he needed big money, and that's why he didn't rob like a pawn shop or a grocery store or a vape store or a weed store. Like he had to go somewhere that had the big money, because if you're going to go rob one of those other places, you're not going to get enough. He's only going to have enough money to go sit in the 300 level. But if you get a bank, you might get 10 grand and that might cover you for a few games, even if it's front row seats, which costs probably like $1,000 to $2,000 each. So definitely I don't know who, I mean, I guess we'd have to find someone that looks like him. I mean, who looks like that? What are we going to get? Jonah Hill? Jonah Hill is going to be him? Xavier Michael Babudar. Babudar. Is that Jonah Hill?
Absolutely, they only made 3 outside the paint, but this is a good start for Memphis. They only shot 3 free throws in the first half to 20 for Denver, and Morant goes to the line here.
Let's get a bigger photo of him so we can see the criminal. Yo, boy! James Franco. Oh, yeah, I do see it. That James Franco, he actually does look like James Franco. He does. Yeah, Matt Damon or James Franco would be perfect. Affleck could do it too. He does look like James Franco the most, though. But James Franco is kind of like a pervy dude now. I know that a lot of the people, like Seth Rogen and other people, after all, like the sexual stuff, because I obviously, I don't know if you guys know the James Franco story or whatever, but a lot of these guys in Hollywood are kind of like pedo people, where they're trying to go after the girls and the females that are underage, trying to push the boundaries. And it's not even girls that are like 18. It's like sometimes you'll hear these stories where they're like under 18. You know what I mean? And you get a lot of these people, but a lot of the celebrity people and a lot of the famous people, it seems like a lot of them are in the pedo shit. A lot of the shit that no one really talks about, but it should be talked about. Or like and you had other people that got arrested, and killed themselves in jail for like Pedo Island, and you had the big list of all the celebrities that have been there. I mean, anybody and everyone, even people that you think that wouldn't be like that, are on the list. And I know some of you guys have seen the list of some of the people and the records of some of the people that have been there. I mean, you got people like fucking Oprah and like Tom Hanks that went to the, what I'm saying? That's like, I know there's all kinds of crazy stuff that goes around when you're rich. You know what I mean? You got money, but shit is crazy, man. All kinds of crazy stuff. Oh, man. I mean, I don't know. All I do is read. So, I mean, I read all the stories that are out there, and some stuff, sometimes it seems like it might be fabricated or fake, but if there's enough outlets and information that's out there. But Epstein Island, if you actually go through the list, bro, there's like 200 celebrities, like 100 celebrities on there, and a lot of them are like big name people that are like well respected that you would not think that would go down, that path, and stuff. But I mean, like I said, like people like Oprah and like Tom Hanks, you're like, there's no way in hell Tom Hanks is going to go to some pedo island. But then you like look at, and I mean, we got to be, because there's a big reason why a lot of the stuff didn't really come out like nationally or globally, because they don't want to, ruin people, I guess. And the people that have money, they're going to try to do whatever it takes to protect, their money and who they are, because obviously, this cancel culture, I mean, some people would probably get canceled, but others, there's just too many of them. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not just a couple people. I mean, the list was large, and some of the names that were on it, I'm not sure if it's all true, but a lot of the names are on it are shocking. Like some of them, they're like, okay, it like they kind of have like a creeper vibe, but then the other people seem like normal, but maybe they're like pedo people, and they like to try to do things with underage people, or they got weird rituals and drinking blood and all kinds of crazy stuff that's going on in the Hollywood circles, man. Crazy stuff. There were people that were like that would go and come back, and and it's not like they were just going there, just a vacation, pretty alarming shit, man. But yeah, James Franco, I think that would be that would be the one that would play it. $59-48 Denver. Oh, former Denver Bronco running back Ronnie Hillman is in hospice care, according to one of his former teammates. Orlando Franklin, who was an offensive tackle with the Broncos from 2011 to 2014, tweeted that Hillman is not doing well. Oh, that's sad to hear. Oh, I mean, like I said, if you read and you go through the list, I mean, it's a shocking list, because I think about half of the people, you're like, no way in hell. No way in hell. Like these people I looked up to, people that are respected, people that make, and like you can always tell like the weirdos that are in Hollywood, you know what I mean? Or if they're like in Scientology, and they're doing that thing with like Tom Cruise, like, kind of off a little bit. They got money, they got power, they can do whatever. I mean, pretty much Tom Cruise is like the president. Tom Cruise is like untouchable. It's like if you're in Scientology and you're like the top dog, no one can fuck with you. Police can't fuck with you. No, they're going to protect you to the very end. Like even if you do crimes, they'll fucking cover it up and try to help you out to the best of their ability. That's what's kind of scary about things now, where you have like these cult groups that are so powerful, and all they do with like Scientology, they just buy real estate. And they keep buying more and more property, flipping, making more money. I mean, they're not going to be shut down anytime soon, period. And then you hear about the stories about the people like Leah Remini was trying to get out, and then they have people follow them. And, some people have mysteriously disappeared. Like the founder's wife has been missing for like 10 years, right? And then the police aren't really going deeper in it, even though they think that, I think the real people know that she's dead, right? And stuff. And then the guy probably did it, but it's such like a secure compound. They're not going to have police go in there. And then they made up some like fake report, like, oh, we interviewed her and we saw her and she's fine, but no one has even seen the wife in like 10 years. Stuff like that. I mean, I'm always reading stuff, from, things like that, but it's definitely alarming, man, for sure. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy. Jokic for 3. Oh, yeah. And there's all kinds of cover-up stuff, too. I mean, even like, 70 Show Hyde, he had like the rape thing where supposedly he forced himself or, did some kind of alleged rape stuff. You know what I mean? And he figured if I'm in Scientology, maybe I can get away with it. And it's kind of sad because I always loved that character in the 70s show, but I can't look at the guy the same way. And I think a lot of people lost a lot of trust. And I don't think you're really going to see him in a bunch of TV shows or movie. Like I watched The Ranch with him and Ashton Kutcher, and it had Sam Elliott in it, and it was kind of like a comedy, and it was a funny show, and I enjoyed it. But I mean, after it seems like people once they go in there, nothing good happens. It's like you either are there for life, and then you're like held prisoner if you want to get out, or if you do end up getting out, people end up dying because people spy on you and follow you. Once you try to get out, and then mysteriously you end up dead, and stuff like that, or you do finally get out. And then, you're still being watched and followed and things like that. So, yeah, definitely a cult. Very scary stuff for sure. Yeah. But this might be James Franco playing in the movie.
Santa Claus? Come on, man. It's Santa Claus. You're back. I'm stuck, but you're back. That's right. And I come bearing gifts. I'm delivering over $20 million to all FanDuel customers. Wow. Thanks, Santa Barkley.
All right, what do we think? All right, we got him.
1 second, St. Charles.
And we got James Franco.
Santa Barkley is back, and he's delivering over $20 million in gifts to all.
Oh, my God. I mean, there's not going to be someone that's going to be like spot on, but he kind of has a James Franco look to him.
Man, I love parties. Subway keeps refreshing and refreshing.
Welcome to life in the new open web, where innovation keeps pace with imagination, and the future arrives daily. Viant is pioneering a new approach to media, combining AI with human insight, creating new ways to reach customers and new standards of measurement, both on and offline. Viant, built for the new open web, built for now.
With one of the best savings rates in America, banking with Capital One is the easiest.
It's close. I mean, it's not going to be like spot on, but I mean, just by like looking at him, I mean, that's probably going to be the closest. Like Affleck and Damon don't really look like him, but obviously any, actor can be able to play the part. But as far as looking the part, I'm not sure if you're going to get anyone that looks closer than that. That might be the closest. Crazy. Close enough though, right? Yeah. And it's kind of crazy to me too, thinking of like all the celebrities, like, even if you're a guy, you would think, okay, you're rich, you got millions of dollars. It shouldn't really be that hard to get like laid. You know what I mean? Unless you're a fucking weirdo, which it seems like some of these Hollywood people are, you know what I mean? But to go to these kind of crazy extremes, to try to get some action, you know what I mean? Like, but I guess if you're that weirdo, yeah, maybe people know you're a creep, and that's why people stay away from you. And so that's why, maybe these people do these type of things, or they go to like Epstein Island because they have no other way to make things happen. Fucking fucked up shit, man, for sure. Ooh, good block on Jaw. Bang! What a dunk. Creeper. Creeper. It is close enough. Oh my God. I need to know the real story though. I need to hear about how many places that he did this at. I don't know if the true story will ever come out. The only person that really knows is him, unless he told buddies. And obviously if you go back to look at some of his tweets that he had, there was tweets about him saying like, yeah, it'd be like robbing a bank and like laughing emoji, like I'm walking out of the bank. They're like, how did you afford all these tickets, on the road? And he made like some kind of joke, like, so he's been kind of teasing it. Like I went through some of his tweets and stuff. So I'm looking through some of them here. Look, it says Chiefsaholic. Claiming it right now. I will get a follow back from the Chiefs before Christmas. Well, not going to happen, bud. Not going to happen. Yeah, but there is some stuff. I got to see if I can find it on here on his, because it's still up, and it's still going to be up if he's in jail. Okay, here we go. This one, he says, after graduating KSU in 2016, I was working a warehouse job making $12 an hour. Today, and this might be bullshit, today I manage multiple warehouses throughout the Midwest region, and I make an excellent living, and I'm only 28. Hard work pays off. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. So I guess managing multiple warehouses means robbing multiple banks in different locations across the country. Interesting. Oh, look at this. Next tweet after that. And this is after he robbed, or was another place, right? If the Kansas City Chiefs beat the Houston Texans this Sunday by 20 or more points, this is what he wrote. I will give away 2 tickets to our Christmas Eve game at Arrowhead to one lucky person who likes this tweet. Hashtag Chiefs Kingdom. And where do you think he got the money for those tickets? Interesting. This motherfucker, dude. This motherfucker. All right, I'm going to keep going down. There's got to be more good stuff in here. Oh, my God. This fucking guy. Okay, here's another one. Oh, this is getting good. This is December 11th. Originally, when the schedule came out before he started robbing all the banks, right? So maybe he did it this year only. Originally, when the schedule came out, I had no plans or intentions in making the trip to Houston. However, I've never gone an entire season in which I attended every Chiefs game on the schedule. You only live once. I'll see you in Houston next week. So he's never been to every game. So that was his motivation to try to get the clout and everything, to like show off. So he's like, you know what? I'm going to start robbing banks. I'm going to start going to every fucking game. And that was on December 11th. This keeps getting better and better. I could just be on this guy's Twitter and read off his tweets the whole rest of the show. Oh, here we go. December 11th. This is good. Chandler, bro, you're literally at every game. And then it goes, are you just now catching on to this? And then let me see. Let me keep scrolling down here. Is it armed robbery? Banks are closed on Sundays and Mondays night. How does he do it? And then it says not anymore. Oh, fuck. He's like, bro, you're literally at every game. Oh, you already know what it is. Let's fucking go. Oh, my God. Let me keep going. Here we go. December, bruh, I'm fucking crying. I'm walking through this downtown neighborhood area here in Denver with my wolf shit on. And I was walking past this house with like a floor level window and a couple people inside. They saw me and closed the fucking curtains fast as fuck. This guy. I got to keep going. I know I'm going to have some more good ones in here, like the bank one. There is something on here about the bank. Like, yo, what would it be like if I robbed a bank or whatever? Like, he teases it on here. Oh, I got to keep going. This is getting too good. There we go. December 9th. December 9th. Every time, where is it right here? I have a serious problem with buying cheap shit during the holidays. It's that bank money, man. And you already know he didn't think he was going to get caught ever. But, I mean, you've already gone to jail multiple times for theft. All right, I got to keep going. I know there's going to be the bank thing that I saw. Life is just so fragile, man. I truly love and live each day to the fullest. Because tomorrow isn't guaranteed. A lot of people seem to forget that and just go through the daily motions until you rob a bank. Idiot. Oh my God, this is good. I should just do a whole stream just reading off all his tweets. Oh my God. Well, we're doing it now, obviously, so. And then obviously as we get a few more days on, it's not going to be as big of a story. It's still going to be a big story, but.
I see you too.
Here we go. Gotta love being a single man in your 20s with nothing to worry about but paying bills and going to Chiefs games. This is just getting better and better. I got to find the bank one.
NetSpend notification? Yeah, just got paid. Direct deposit to my NetSpend card. Got my money 2 days faster than I used to with a paper check. Which means I can finally get a puppy. Car insurance. Sofa. Utilities. Massage. Rent. Maybe you can pay your bills on time for change.
Limited time offer of no monthly fees when you open a NetSpend All Access account and move $1,000 or more each calendar month. Hurry. Offer ends 12/31/2022.
And then you got a lot of the other people like, this motherfucker is everywhere. Every single fucking front row game, all on the road. Oh, here we go. This is a good one. Says, man, to be completely honest, if I was a professional athlete making millions of dollars, I wouldn't even have social media. I'd focus on my craft, robbing banks, and my career, robbing banks. That's giving me the opportunity to bless me and my family, robbing banks. Social media is just a distraction from robbing banks. Oh, my God.
Research shows people remember commercials with nostalgia. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance, here's one that'll really take you back. It's customized home insurance from Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need.
Oh, here we go. Here's another one. I'm going to the Patrick Mahomes charity gala tomorrow night, and I'm laughing so hard because this girl I've been hanging out with asked, why didn't I invite her? Probably because the tickets are expensive as fuck, and I don't like you like that much. Oh, my God. He's like, that's where all that money went to, huh? No, it's just all his hard work managing the warehouses across the country. Here's another one. Some Chiefs fans are so fragile and they can't take a loss. Keep in mind, this is coming from the motherfucker that is at literally at every game and puts countless of hours and dollars into this. Robbing banks. You're going to lose games. Shit happens. Chiefs are still winning the fucking Super Bowl, so relax. Because he works so hard. These keep getting better and better. I got to find the bank one, though. I mean, the guy fucking posted a lot. So, I mean, I've been scrolling now for the last 5 minutes. I'm on Chiefsaholic Twitter right now, reading about pretty much, talking about his lifestyle and what he does. And there's like going to be one of the tweets on here talking about like bank robbery. Like if I robbed a bank. Was it March 29th? Okay, I'm on December. So you, Ben is like, I've already been there. I already looked at it. Okay, here we go. Here's another one. I'm sure you all know and understand how dedicated I am, but it goes just beyond just going to games. Perfect example. I don't have a flagpole for my Chiefs flag, so I can wave and fly it behind me as I walk around today in Cincinnati. So I guess I'm going to Home Depot to get one. Fucking this guy. I got one life to live. I love my life. I live the life and enjoy the ride along the way. Robbing banks. This fucking guy.
Attempts of the quarter after only 3 in the first half. And this is one way you can climb back in a game, Kevin, because the clock is stopped when you're sitting at the free throw line.
Is there any way that I can fast forward, or go backwards to that tweet? Is there any way that obviously if you scroll, but is there any way that, I can keep scrolling here and go to it? Eventually I'll end up going on it, but. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Conspiracy. Chief is like, that's my boy. We're boys. I imagine there's quite a few Chiefs fans that are on this channel that either follow him or got a follow back from him. So, you all right? It's come to my attention that you need to get off your lazy ass off Twitter and get your money up. Robbing a bank. Not to brag or anything, but I just downed a 90-piece nuggets from Chick-fil-A. This fucking guy, dude. He's living his best life, eating the 90 nugs. All the nuggets. All right, I got to go back to... I got to see if I can scroll and find the bank tweet on here, too. All right, I'm going to keep scrolling, and I'm going to try to go where Ben says it might be at around that time and see if I can find it. I'm scrolling, but front row everywhere. I'm committed now, so now I have to keep scrolling. He's got 15,600 tweets. Motherfucker tweeted a lot. I've been scrolling like nonstop, and I'm only at October now. It's March 24th. We don't know how many banks that he robbed, to be honest. I don't even know if I can. Obviously I can just look up the tweet.
great defensive rebounder, one of the league leaders in deflections, but being able to stop John Moran in the open floor, not one of his strengths.
Moran just picked up his second. Allen on top.
Oh, here and then here's let's see. This was from March. This is a different one though. Yeah, I seen that one. There's a different one that I was talking about though. But oh boy, played by James Franco in the movies. It's a matter of time. Franco? Pedo? Franco? Bank robber? Chiefsaholic? And every time it's been armed, bank robbery. Let's see. And here's this one. Said unfollow then, homie. Nobody's holding you at gunpoint. This motherfucker.
With a quarter to go in Denver, back up 13.
Jokic is number 3 in assists in the NBA. He's number 6 in rebounding, number 18 in scoring. Coming off the gigantic historical triple-double against Charlotte.
I'm going to laugh all the way to the bank when KU loses tonight. All the way to the bank or after you leave the bank?
And I love what Caldwell Pope did there. Even as Robbie emptied to the corner, he stayed right there at the free throw line to provide help. And Chanchar, great discipline to make John Morant go that direction.
Jokic tried to turn it up there, and that is how that shot will end the third quarter, and they came back. Memphis.
So after graduating KSU in 2016, I was working a warehouse job making $12 an hour. Today, I manage multiple warehouses throughout the Midwest region, robbing them along the way and make an excellent living. I'm only 28 years old. Hard work robbing banks pays off, and I don't let anyone tell you otherwise. It's absolutely crazy where I was in my life just barely 5 years ago and where I am today robbing banks. For the one who was responsible for the hard work and relentless desire to rob banks, to always better myself robbing banks. But it was God who gave me the opportunity to rob the banks. I am truly humbled and forever grateful for the banks and the money that I got.
Domino's is now delivering pizza with new electric vehicles across the country. With hundreds of EVs on the road today and hundreds more to come. It's good for pizza delivery and better for the planet.
I'm great.
Puss in Boots has been nominated for Best Animated Movie of the Year.
Oh.
Normally, I have a soul, and it takes the Shrek franchise to exciting new places.
Wait.
One life is all that it could reach for. Only in theaters, PG.
Armed robbery. Wear mask and commission of felony. Possession firearm, commission felony, first offense. Threatened with a violent act. Hold electronic monitor required.
We are explorers of the new age, new era. We are the pioneers of this new frontier.
$200,000 bond. I mean, he's fucked. Unlike most people, I put my money where my mouth is, at the bank. Oh, here we go. This is the one I was looking for, and I got another one too. I was like, God damn, this motherfucker tweets a lot, so. does this wolf get the money to bet $1,000 per game? Hope your taxes are in order, LOL. I make a good living. Plus, I hustle in private, robbing banks. House money I'm playing with, to be honest. God, this guy is a dumb motherfucker, huh? So obviously he was not only going to the games, but then he was betting on all the games. Just going to leave this here. Good night. Wager, $5,000. Potential payout, 45.
Giving Denver another point for a 14-point lead. But this is the crucial time right now here for the Denver Nuggets.
Oh, my gosh. Hey, yo, boy.
These have been the minutes that throughout this season,
Even the bots like him.
they've got to hold the court right now. Give Jokic a chance to rest a little bit before he comes back in to finish this game off.
9:20. Oh, I didn't even have to go that far back then. It only lets me go back to like November or October. It doesn't let me go back to September. It like cuts off unless I have to like refresh. I don't know how far it lets you go back.
That's a great run by Brandon Clark. Just full speed, rim to rim down the
Oh, I imagine like a lot of people like Holly and Odin's son and a lot of the other Chiefs fans. I assume you guys all followed each other and stuff. So, yeah. Well, I mean, when you're flaunting your money and you're going to every game in the front row, you know. All right, I'm going to try to go to that 9:21 that Ben did. See if it allows me to. I don't know if it will, though. I'm just going to keep going and I'm going to pull the thing down as many times as I need to on here and see if it will let me get to that point. But I'm not sure if it lets you. I mean, I'm on the computer, not on my phone, but I'm hoping that it'll let me go to that point. All right, I'm at November.
drives, create offensive rebounds. Ja Morant drawing the entire defense there. That leaves Brandon Clark.
All right, November 13th.
And he's got a chance for a three-point play.
I hope it doesn't cut me off. All right, I'm in November. I should be able to get to October. And when did you say it was? When is it? It is 9:20.
They said my degree would cost a fortune, but I didn't have to listen to them because I have a university that listens to me.
Tests on your time, courses on your time, graduating on your time. WGU, the University of You.
So I got to go to September 20th. Let's just pray that this thing will let me go that far. It cuts off on October 12th. It doesn't let me go any further than that, unfortunately.
Just when this spark just happens. So pull up a chair. There's always a seat for you at the table. Jameson, widen the circle. We love our new home. There's so much space.
We have a guest room now.
But we have ants.
You're slouching again, Ted.
Expired.
Expired.
Thanks, Aunt Bonnie.
It's a lot of house. Hope you can keep it clean.
At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
Which helps us save a lot of money. Oh, Teddy, did you get my friend request? I'll have to check.
Aunt Joni's here.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
I mean, maybe it'll let me go farther on my phone or something, but
I was busy cash backing for the holidays with Chase Freedom Unlimited. I want cash back on the gingerbread house.
Oh, it's got no people inside.
And a snow globe.
Oh, I wish I lived in there.
You know, I
drinks on me tonight, baby. Let's motherfucking go. My man, fucking Jody Fortson, 18K richer from betting or from bank robbery.
Welcome to life in the new open web, where innovation keeps pace with imagination, and the future arrives daily. Viant is pioneering a new approach to media, combining AI with human insight, creating new ways to reach customers and new standards of measurement, both on and offline. Viant, built for the new open web, built for now.
Is that?
Steph Curry. Susan, happy Friday. Yep, got an instant online offer to sell us his car, good for 7 days. So he's using the time to shop around, but just hangs here all day. Lenny, loving the low tops.
He does know that shop around means that other.
Wow, we've told him multiple times.
Guess I'm still watching.
We close at 9, Wardell.
One of the biggest days in the NBA schedule, Christmas Day, NBA basketball. Here you see the terrific 5-game Sixers and Nets Lakers matchup. Bucks will be in Boston, Grizzlies will be in San Francisco, and the Suns will be here in Denver. All contending teams, maybe except one. But anyway, we got these teams all facing each other. For more information on those games, go to NBA.com or visit the NBA I'm watching. They're all contending teams. Good ones are all fun to watch. And there's a whistle. Brooks was on the side. Highland held the ball. A shove, and Clark will pick up the foul for the Grizzlies.
Taylor Jenkins talking before the game as we see the little push there by Clark.
See if I can find anything else.
Before the game, how honored Memphis feels to be chosen to play on Christmas Day. Very excited about it. Both teams and all of these players.
Green, 15 for
First time that Memphis has ever played on Christmas Day.
Going inside, Clark with a twirling shot. There's a lot of guys around it. There is the starter Brown on the floor. So we have two starters, including the ball now.
Unlike most people, I put my money where my mouth is.
Shot clock is down to 8. The fake by Pope and the 17-footer. Chased by Clark. Memphis down by 10. Outside, Zion Williams. This to make it a single-digit deficit, and Brooks missed back out of 3.
It's like a strong hit maybe.
I think I got most of them there. I don't think there's like one other one, talking about like a bank, type thing and stuff, but those are most of them. Yeah, I saw that one too. Yeah, just imagine me walking out of the bank last night with laughing emojis, like 3 of them. Yep. And he was going to the road games too. Now we know that. I'm just wondering on how many places that he robbed and how long has he been doing it for? Because he had to go to jail multiple times in the last few years in different states and has had a history of it. But maybe it was just like 1 or 2 banks like this year. But obviously he got caught at this one. But hey, NFL games aren't cheap, especially if you're betting a lot and you're wanting to go front row. So. When you don't know what to do, pray after you get the bank money, right? Oh my gosh. But at least I got some good ones though. Your boy. Sometimes people are not what they seem. Not every rich person is just straight up normally rich. Some are stupid. Some dressed up as a wolf. Now will be played by James Franco very shortly. James would probably do it too. Unfollow then, homie. Nobody's holding you at gunpoint. This one's crazy. Hard work pays off. It sure does. That's a high bond too, 200,000. I hustle in private. House money I'm playing with. This one's good too. Like right after he already robbed a place. I mean, that's why like if you're going to be doing that type of stuff, you don't just post all that shit on the internet, dumbass. Good stuff, man. Oh, my hot photo here. Oh, I can't wait to click. Damn, yeah, it's crazy. There's going to be a lot of cold weather games. I saw a tweet and it had like 5 locations that are going to be like 3 of them are like negative and then 2 are like under 15 degrees or something. It looked crazy. Oh, man. Good stuff. He's definitely leaving the trail of where he's been or where he's going. Yeah. 89-78 Denver. I'm just trying to think of like other places that I, heard stories, and this might be like the craziest, man. Especially as far as like, a person on Twitter and stuff, because there's a couple other Chiefs super fans that have a good amount of followers as well. But apparently they just fight each other at the game. They don't rob banks. So, but he's probably not the only one that has done something like that. I imagine there's other people that have done stuff like that to bankroll them going to NBA games or MLB or UFC. You know what I mean? Because you got to think a lot of these people, they're, especially if you're a big sport fan, but I guess, to do it solely to pay for betting and to go front row. It's primarily to go front row. And then obviously any extra cash, you can just blow that on betting and stuff. And if it's house money, like he says, well, it's not nothing that, I mean, it's always house money, bro. This one. I make a good living. Plus, I hustle in private, robbing banks. House money, robbing banks. I'm playing with TBH. To be honest, he says. He doesn't even have to put to be honest, right? Like, I'm legit, bro. I work for this. I make this. Fucking guy. $91-82 Denver. Crazy stuff, man. Well, he's actually probably lucky that he didn't get shot and killed. You know what I mean? At any of these places. Because, like, even though he robbed him with the gun, we don't know if the gun was loaded or not. And it sounds like he's never fired the gun. He just said, give me the money and then run out, Breaking. Oklahoma Department of Corrections signing Chiefsaholic for armed robbery. I wonder if he has any interactions with any of the players. You know, if he's sitting front row, I wonder if he got like any autographs or had any conversations.
Tremendous job here in his time in Denver. You know, the son of one of the best teachers of the game that I've ever been around in Brendan Malone. And his mom can also offer some constructive criticism.
Chief Superfan arrested for alleged armed robbery, bragged about private hustle funding his bets. Known for showing up to games both home and away in a KC Wolf costume, acting like a superfan typically does, like a fool. Said it turns out he had a pretty good reason to miss the Texans-Chief game in Houston. Apparently, while driving from Kansas City to Texas, Babudar stopped off in Bixby, Oklahoma to execute an alleged armed robbery, so that way he was out of, Texas. He was promptly caught, arrested, and booked in Tulsa County Jail. Good job, guy. And he also went to the Patrick Mahomes gala event, and he bought a Patrick Mahomes, signed painting or something, right? And obviously, where do you think he got the money from to buy that? And it looks like a lot of the bets that he placed, I'm looking here, $5,000 bets on the Chiefs, like a few of them, 5,000, 5,000. Wow, crazy. All right, so there's a thread that you can actually go to, and it's from David Matthews on Twitter, and it's like a big thread. So Xavier Michael Babadar, known as Chiefsaholic, was arrested Friday, December 16th for armed robbery, among other charges listed below. His bond is at $200,000, but we can't start the story. We have to go further back to really meet the Chiefs fans they thought that they knew. The first instance I can find Xavier being involved in a crime, specifically robbery, dates back to October 2014, where he was arrested for suspicion of theft in Utah. That would put Chiefsaholic of the age of 26 years old at the incident, but apparently it's 2022 and he's 28. So apparently you can go back in age. You can only age 2 years from 2014 to 2022. That's interesting. 2 years later, Xavier, pictured here at the age of 28, arrested on October 6th in 2016 for misdemeanor theft. On February 27th of 2020, Xavier was arrested in Platte, Missouri for unknown charges. He is wearing a Chiefs hoodie in the mugshot. This is a good thread. It's got all the information here. FKYQ. Says it's important to note that the mugshot featured prior is the last known time Xavier was arrested prior to last Friday. So he's, 2 years. So December 16th, there's only one legal incident occurred between then and now involving Chiefsaholic and Robert Kraft, because he also is a guy that is a fraud guy. So I guess he's supposedly slipped on pee-pee, like in King of the Hill, where they have Luann's boyfriend, right? Lucky, who he slips on the pee-pee, right, at the Costco or whatever in the show, and then gets money. So apparently Chiefsaholic watches that show, King of the Hill, because then he tried to say that he slipped on the pee-pee at the Patriot game and was trying to sue them. September 29th, 2022, Xavier filed a lawsuit from a slip and fall that took place in 2019 in a parking lot. PP in the parking lot. Here we go. And here's him buying the custom Mahomes at the gala and paying with stolen bank money. Let's look at this. I was glad I was able to find this thread because I knew I read someone's thread before, but I couldn't remember his name, and I found it. Let's take a look at our James Franco clone here. All right, here's him with the custom Mahomes artwork. Probably costs a shitload of money for the Mahomes Foundation. $5,000 bet, $55,000 potential payout. Oh, and even bet on the Super Bowl with the stolen money.
They'll be at the line right now for the Memphis Grizzlies, the fifth-year player out of Murray State. Well, we've talked about Jokic's assists. Durant 32 points. He's also got 10 assists. He's got a double-double. Durant averages 27 and 7 boards.
And then he bet on the MVP as well.
Players to watch in the NBA as he goes to the line and misses two. Very disappointed with himself on that. Caldwell Pope. It's Jokic, triple-double again tonight. 11, 11, and 11. Gordon drives and throws down the end zone. 7-0, 10 to run. Well, he just hit corner three. There he gives the shot fake. Gets them to lead their feet, and then he's to the rim for the dunk. Excellent play by Gordon. Jackson trying to scoop it in with an offhand. Rebound by Jokic.
And then he has also made tweets bragging about his lifestyle, insisting that hard work pays off. It's also important to mention here that Xavier states he graduated from KSU and his Twitter bio features KSU alum. There is no record that he ever attended the school. So he didn't even go there. So he just lied straight up. You know what I mean? Like tried to be like, yeah, I'm a graduate there. I go to the games, and he just used the money, and he didn't even go. He didn't even go to the school. Man, this guy. Xavier has been a fraud from the beginning. How nobody noticed, including myself, that he had been a career criminal up to this point is astonishing. Up until this point, he worked for $12 an hour and robbed banks on the side for money that he flexed on Twitter. So as of right now, nothing has come out if he had any connections to other bank robberies while attending away games for the Chiefs, but I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if he comes out that he's connected to many more. The money he has stolen has been funneled into charity, gambling, season ticket purchases, and God knows what else. There is a case to make that he was laundering his stolen funds. As it stands, he can possibly face life imprisonment for the crime he committed on Friday. This keeps getting better and better. All right, no problem. 45 to go. Hopefully we can get there. Otherwise, your boy's going to be eating fingernails and homeless. Let's see here. And it seems that Chiefs Kingdom will be without the Wolf indefinitely. During the Spaces Day, it was discussed that while fan accounts are great, not many of the owners actually know who these people really are, and that people should take extra caution associating with individuals. Chiefsaholic had been quiet for 3 days when he normally would be tweeting nonstop. Only what can be described as an Amber Alert was put out over Twitter earlier today to effort to perform a wellness check on the missing Wolf, and they turned out that accounts assured worried individuals that Xavier was alive and well, but wouldn't disclose information about his absence. Some cryptic tweaks, some about the accounts indicated that they wanted to distance themselves from the situation. There was speculation he was arrested for an outstanding warrant that he had in Houston for speeding tickets, but nobody distances themselves from a speeding ticket. Not long after the news broke that Chiefsaholic was arrested for armed robbery, Twitter learned his true identity. He was Xavier Abubadar, a career criminal. This individual bragged online about his success. He lied where he went to school over and over. He robbed a small town bank, possibly more than once. He harassed girls online, all while fooling everyone that he was a nice guy in a wolf suit who went to every game. The thread is still going. This is awesome. Yo, boy, Chiefs homie. Oh my gosh, I had so many Chiefs fans. Like, you know, we're you know, it could happen to anybody. I didn't follow him. The goal behind the thread is not only to give some backstory on what happened, but also to warn people of scumbags like this online. You can never be truly sure who is and who is not who they say they are. I hope he's put away for a long time. He said, I've been a Chiefs fan for a long time. I live in Toronto, Canada, and I've never seen an NFL game in person, but I'd like to think I'm a small part of Chiefs Kingdom, and to see someone taint this community with something like this is awful. Okay, and then let's see here. We have another one. Chiefsaholic was involved in creating counterfeit free meal certificates to eat at restaurants back in 2012. His mother, as well as his brother, are named. He is allegedly the unnamed 17-year-old. Carla Bubadar, Noah Bubadar, and then Mike, and then him as well. Forgery, burglary, conspiracy, San Bernardino County. The third tweet of the thread, Xavier's age was 26. I've cleared some issue in the replying question. His actual age in 2014, he was 20 years old, which would be the correct time frame if he was the unnamed 17-year-old in 2012. So a 17-year-old in 2012, 2014, he was 20, 22, 2016, 26, 2020, and obviously 28 years old as of right now. And then it's clearing this up, saying that this actually is not him. So it says, important to note the photo circulating online of a man wearing a wolf mask. It was not him. This was a separate robbery that happened in 2016. And then it says there's no evidence to support that he was wearing the wolf mask. So maybe he was stupid enough just to go like this. He's like, give me your money. I need it right now. James Franco is going to play me in a movie. I need this. Who knows? And then update from the Bixby Police Department saying that he did not wear a mask. Interesting. All right, I'm trying to look to see if there's anything else. And then a bunch of comments of wolf in sheep's clothing, you know, people that are unoriginal. Said, did you see this? I drink beer with that guy. All right, I think that's pretty much the end of the thread. Okay, and here's his route. All right, here's the route. The robbery route.
What you doing? I can use one more member. I mean, I can play cousin. We got too many already. All right. You think about going for a ride?
Okay, I think that finally is the end of the thread, but that went through a lot of the information there. Good stuff.
After a long week of telling people how Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you don't pay for what you need.
It's natural. Only pay for what you need.
Nikola Jokic hasn't had a huge scoring night, only 13, but he's done everything. Diving on the floor for loose balls, his passing incredible with 13 assists, and he has
Just a matter of time. Well, he lived his best life for a year. Thank you, Reflect. Things have been really tough, this month, so I appreciate you, man. Bang, bang, boom, boom. We're getting closer to the goal. I think we need, $25 more to get there? Bang, bang. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. What do you want to see for photos? Let me know, and I got you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. You want some Seattle Seahawks? You want anything like that? So we're at 75, 25 to go to hit the goal. We'll probably go for another 36 minutes. We'll go to that 4-hour mark. I mean, if we end up having enough people, I can go longer, but there we go. Jameson's taking over. Appreciate you. Is there anything specifically you want to see Reflect? Let me know, and I got you. 105.89 Denver. That means a lot, man. Appreciate you. And some people think it doesn't matter, but should I even get excited when when things are tough, even when you get $1, I know a lot of bigger YouTubers, they probably scoff and laugh when they get 99-cent donations or $1, but I appreciate every single dollar, and that won't change once I get bigger. More subs, more views, more donos. I'm still going to appreciate every single dollar that comes in because no dollar, when you do YouTube, nothing is guaranteed. You know what I mean? It's not like you go to work and you're going to be getting $25 an hour, and at the end you're going to get your paycheck. Like every day is a different opportunity where you could end up making a lot, or you could make nothing or little. You just have to hope that you have a good enough fan base to be able to help you get through if you are working hard and grinding, that you don't go 3, 4, 5 hours with nothing. I'll tell you, that's a horrible feeling. And I've been there a couple times where this year, when I went full time in January, where we went like 4 hours with like nothing, with plenty of people in the room, but just with nothing, and then I think I was like, Sarah was getting probably like, I'm not going to do this anymore. She probably was like, you're not, you just call it an L. You're not going to get anything, but I don't give up like that. And we ended up, she left, I think. And then I ended up going more. I think I did like a 7-hour stream, and I think we finished at like 350. So it shows you that, a lot of YouTubers and Twitch streamers would have quit after an hour or two with zero. They just would have said, fuck it, fuck this, right? And I just keep going. And then, that result is not normal. Let's make sure we go over that. But it shows you, if you are willing to work hard, anything, you can get blessed, if you get the right people in the room. Maybe they were busy early on, but I have had a couple of those where we have been at zero, for 3 or 4 hours, but we've hit over 100, I think, every one after that, just because we got people like Cyberpunk and Holly and Mr. Williams and Mike and a few of you guys in the room as well, so including Reflect. So should we do some DB Cooper? We can. That story has always fascinated me. Because obviously they have recovered, some of the money that, washed up and whatnot. But it's always, anytime there was ever a story on DB, I always would watch it. Let's do some DB Cooper, dude. I mean, it's not often that I talk about, a super fan robbing banks and stuff. Like, this is like kind of a one-of-one scenario. But I figured that at some point I was going to go into the Twitter feed and go off that. So I've watched, can't even tell you how many documentaries of the DB Cooper thing that I've watched. And there was a lot of speculation. It was a disgruntled airline employee that kept working with the company, even, years after, that he robbed. And obviously the money that he robbed, the elevation was low enough. And there was probably a guy waiting for him, to get picked up. But to think that he jumped out and then like drowned, I highly doubt. You know what I mean? Because they definitely found some of the money that washed up onto the shore. But I'm pretty sure, if I had to take a guess, if he survived or not, I'm pretty sure he did. So So it's a great story though, and it's still unsolved to this day. Because they had money that like washed up in like what, Oregon or Washington on the coastline. So DB Cooper, crazy stuff. They have an HBO documentary. And of course, some of the people that didn't do it, you know, kind of claim, oh, it was me, you know what I mean, to try to get that clout and that fame or whatever. But
what is the step? You say this year we are this. That's what's going to make the difference for us to be Western Conference champions. To be honest, today's game, you know, our defense was amazing. We were aggressive from the start. We had a little lack.
And then if you actually look even at some of the people that they thought it might be, I mean, gosh, look at this one right here, which is some of the pictures you can see behind me. But I mean, if that's the picture at number 2, you know, obviously number 1's forehead is big as fuck. You know, it's obviously everyone's got a big ass forehead, 5 head, 6 head. But I mean, it doesn't really look like number 1. Number 2, I mean, it kind of looks like number 3 if you were looking at that. But
well, we're gonna finish up with this. We saw you coming in tonight. You were fly tonight, brother.
I'm gonna say DB Cooper, folk hero.
No, to be honest, I started doing this season. I think it's a one way to represent yourself. And I just don't like how the guys are dressing up for the games. I think wearing suit is it means business. It means that I'm here to do my job, you know. So I think that's what we represent. Wow, that's awesome. You and the Nuggets took care of business tonight. 13 points, 13 rebounds, 13 assists.
Yeah, DB didn't go to games. Well, we don't know that. We don't know that. Maybe he was an avid Seattle Seahawks fan, you know? Scott Skurlock. He was living in a treehouse. 17, really? In Washington? Wow. That's crazy. Let me pull up a photo of him. I don't think I've heard this story. Did they make a movie off this guy too? The Hollywood Bandit? William Scott Skurlock.
And I love that. George, we're so good. Not all the time. Not all the time. But I didn't feel like he bombed through today, though. So good, Travis. Not that picture.
Yeah, I can watch that type of stuff. Anything to do with like, sci-fi, supernatural stuff and mystery stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I'm all about that. Okay, let's see. Let's see if William Scott Skurlock looks like a bank robber. You guys let me know. Does this look like a bank robber or someone that would commit crimes? Let's look. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh Jesus. Yep. Yeah, that's him. I might have to look into this story here. But it looks like did they make like a movie or? And what's the story? He's in prison right now. What's the story on this guy? He got caught. He's in prison now, or what's the deal with him? Is he dead? Is he alive? I guess that's what he looks like now. Washington Banks. Yeah, but a lot of the stuff with the DB Cooper, the reason why they thought it might be like an airline employee, because they knew exactly what elevation to drop off, where he would be able to, go out and parachute and land safely. Like if you're up at, let's say 30,000, he told them to go down to 10 or something. Like, if you go back and watch the DB Cooper stuff, but it was low enough with the trajectory that if he jumped out that he could survive. It wasn't just, and it was in the dark too. And chances are he probably had someone down below in a vehicle waiting for him. And if some of the money flew out while, he was in the backpack and he had, of course, you're not going to be able to keep everything. you know, but there has been people that have found some of that money. Yeah, but that was before the internet and obviously at night. You know what I mean? You got to think about it, you know, with the airline cameras. They didn't have cameras, you know, so it's pretty much, you know, he bought a ticket. More than likely he worked for the airline, you know, or he was military. He knew certain information that, you know, was more than just looking it up, it seemed like, you know. Went to the proper elevation, jumped out, you know, and imagine if he was the airline employee that was disgruntled and wasn't getting like benefits. Imagine if DB Cooper kept working for the airline, even when all this was going on, and just lived a normal life, but just had that money, you know, hidden to buy like a house and buy things just slowly throughout the rest of his life. You know, if he was smart about it, instead of blowing it, you know, on a boom, a house, a car, and there's like some kind of red flag. But if he just pretty much just spent it like a little here, a little there, you know, and, I mean, that's how you don't get caught, you know, if he was smart about it. And I mean, who knows if DB Cooper is still alive today? But I mean, well, if you go back through some of the facts and everything and, you know, jumping out at night instead of jumping out during the day. I mean, the guy did every single thing that you could do to pretty much not get caught at that point. So, oh, the photo is hilarious. So this photo that I brought up is black and white, like a mugshot, hair messy, just like left, right, up. It just looks like, you know, he's got the kind of the Anthony Davis eyebrow thing going on. White dude, a little chubby, but his hair is just fucked up. Like, I don't know, a scale of 1 to 10, it's like a 10 of being fucked up. Just like hair everywhere. If I could show it to you, you would be like, oh wow, yeah, he definitely looks like a criminal, especially in that photo. But here, when he's older, just tan, buzzed haircut, you know, goatee, looks like a normal dude. But in the mugshot, definitely looks like a criminal. Or it looks like someone that should be in like the 1920s, you know, back in like Prohibition, that they were like, you know, Lucky Luciano and like, you know, the boys and, you know, Capone and the boys. He looks like that. You know, he got Capone, you know, gangsta, except he's just got the crazy hair on the top. Oh, man. All right, where else do we want to go? All right, let me delete a lot of these other things so I can make room. But yeah, I'm always down with the crime stuff. I mean, like I said, I've watched at least like 4 documentaries. I'm on and I live here in Oregon. So obviously if you live in Oregon or Washington, I mean, this is a big thing. And even if you don't live in Oregon and Washington, chances are you've heard, I mean, it's probably the most famous, you know, robbery ever. You know what I mean? As far as like getting away with it. And they still to this day have no idea, you know, they have implications and, you know, they think they have an idea of maybe, but no one's ever been convicted. And chances are now in 2022, this person is really old as fuck or they're dead, you know, so they might've been able to, you know, get away with it 100% cleanly. But you got to think that more than likely, you know, the guy has passed away. Oh, he died at 41. Oh, this might be a different guy. So the guy that with this photo, this is a different one. So they pictured it with the William Scott Scurlock, but it's not William. That's why. That makes sense. I was like, this doesn't match. But here we go. Let's get another one. This is him. I don't know why they put that in there. I was about to say, I don't think that's him either. I was like, how do you go from that face to that face? But this is him. Here we go. It's funny how the internet will do that. That's him. He died of lead poisoning of his own doing. So he robbed the banks and then he just killed himself, huh? And he did that before he got caught, or he did that in jail? Like, how do you get lead poisoning? Just eating a bunch of number 2 pencils? Like, what happened there? All right, we got 22 minutes to go. Reflect. Anything else that you want to see? We can go down anything. Like I said, if I go a little bit past the 22-minute mark, we'll just see who's in the room. And then if we want to go a little bit longer, you know, I'll kind of play it by ear with you guys. I'm going to spend some time with Paisley, and then obviously I'll be back tomorrow. But if anything that you want to look at or go over, just type it in the chat. You know, if we want to do food for the last like 20 minutes, if there's any other like criminal stuff that you want me to pull up, I can do that. I mean, it's always kind of refreshing to come up with something new that we've not done before or something different. So, but obviously talking about robbing banks is kind of, simple to go to the DB Cooper type thing. Shot himself. Oof.
And when he comes up here to help, Bill Cartwright goes to the corner over here. So he's in a position where he's got to get back over there now to get to Bill Cartwright. What happens? He run down too low, and Bill come back to the left.
There's a Seattle Times.
When he comes to the basket, you know what's going to happen next.
I have a feeling.
It's going to be a little bit right there. And that's a great play by Charles Oakley because no babies are allowed to play.
Yeah, every now and then you got to do that. It's a 3-point game at half.
Man, your voice has changed.
Scarlett, talented, well-traveled.
Your voice changed over here. Victoria, if you get HR on the phone, I'm getting bullied at work. And the Joker had a triple double. He still did.
Oh, I'm trying to get some good stuff here for you. Ooh, here we go. Let me go down the rabbit hole.
Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. See you this weekend, Santa.
It was just the third time this season that Denver held the team under 100 points. And you know when that
That's the
happened.
only question about them is their defense. They got
28 ranking.
Yeah. Damn, 28 can't be good.
28th in defense.
How many teams in the league?
They're 30 last time I checked.
Yeah, that's not good. 28 out of 30 is not good. No, they play in the defense. They got all the offense you need, especially when Jamal Murray, he's in and out right now. When they get healthy, but they don't play a good enough defense.
Did this without Jamal tonight. 105-91 winners over the Grizzlies, who for the fourth time this season have lost 2 in a row. And that is the most they've lost in a row. We done?
Yeah, we're done. Yeah, we're done.
We have some more highlights on the way.
Yeah, we're done.
If we're back to the next segment.
That's right. Everybody.
Oh my goodness.
I don't see him though in a while. Yeah. Malibu.
We got highlights of the Warriors struggling on the road again.
That's what struggling. And the word for microwave Richardson.
You guys ready for the check?
I got it. I get cash back with every purchase. Discover's got first year cash back match. We got ourselves some face off.
Oh, here we go. And here is I found the treehouse, the actual treehouse that the guy lived in. Your boy always digs deep, bro. I'm always gonna be able to find shit. I navigate the internet like a motherfucker. Woo! Damn! This guy was living large. This motherfucker didn't live in a fucking treehouse. The motherfucker lived in a treehouse mansion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels? What the fuck is this guy doing? This guy's living large. Motherfucker had a bathroom, fucking living room, bedroom, fucking penthouse suite, all in the trees. Man, this guy was living. Hey, bro, if you're a bank robber, treehouse, that is living large. I don't give a shit, dude. It might be a little basic in there, but dude, most tree houses, even on Treehouse Masters, the show that I watch, obviously this would be a poor man's version of something that would be on the show. But if we're talking back in the 80s or 90s when this guy did the robbing, I don't know if it was 70s, 80s, 90s, you might have that information reflect, but 2.3 million. Wow. And that's what you get in 2.3 million with a treehouse like that. That's how much he stole total? 2.3 million? Jeez. A treehouse is crazy. So Jameson, to describe it, so you got the evergreens or whatever, and so on the bottom you can see like the stumps, and then you see like a ladder, and then it literally goes up 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 levels, and then the picture cuts off. So I believe that's how tall it is, but it looks like a normal treehouse, and then it's got 4 of them stacked up on top, like different living quarter areas. Wow, that is nuts. I've seen tree houses before, but as far as like a ghetto tree house, it's probably the best ghetto tree house I've ever seen. As far as, a makeshift I mean, who knows how long it took him to build this? It took a while. It's not something he built overnight. I'll tell you that. And it's pretty nice. 97, man. Oh, I got different pictures of it.
Championship culture at VCU. We just want to say from the basketball program and all VCU athletics, thank you.
Got another angle of the house. Oh my gosh. What's the story about him living in a treehouse, just being a criminal? And obviously, if you don't have a job and you're just robbing or whatever and stuff, right? But wow, I've never heard of this story, and I normally hear about these type of things. But
and one of my great friends, Garrett Godfrey, has ALS, and I'm gonna donate $1 million to them also. The ALS research in Alabama.
Now here's a picture of one that. Oh, I can't. I was gonna say, let me bring it up, but this one won't let me bring it up.
Family members struggling with ALS. They meant a lot to me, but we're gonna try to do more for ALS because Gary's a good dude. He got the greatest wife in the world, Carol. But I'm gonna stick with my mission to help these historically black colleges. And this is how many for you now? 8. So you've given out 8 million
In Olympia, Washington. I guess you can go in it. Said actually during a period of transition in '94. What is this talking about? Super cool swing on the property. So someone actually visited it. Oh, so it doesn't even exist anymore? It's gone?
They gave the first game of our 100 tonight. Golden State coming in 1-3 on their 6-game trip and 3-14 on the road. Worst road record in the NBA. And the word was no step.
So says that they would do a lot of drugs in the treehouse. Says, let's see. Mom told me when she was younger, she would go to this treehouse and do drugs with the owner. Eventually wrote a book about him, and my mom was a huge fan of her books, which is now she learned that he was a crazy bank robber. So she was very lucky she didn't end up being a serial killer. She told me she met Ted Bundy too. Crazy. Some people are crazy, man. Yeah, I think that's what they were saying. Free spirits, nude beaches. Oh, really? Yeah. He's like, fuck this. Damn. Yeah. And like I said, I don't mind, going over different things. Like, when we get bigger, it would be really cool to do like themed streams, whatever we do, crime or, food specifically or cars. And we get to a point where we're going to have enough people showing up on the stream where, we can have enough input to keep things moving. But that is a goal of mine down the road too, where we can actually do like theme streams. Like, we can do like a fan vote, you know what I mean? Like before, the show starts, and I can throw up a couple topics of, crime or this or that, and then we can go down that route. I think that would be really cool because, like I said, you don't really have a lot of streams that are interactive where the fans choose like what the show is about. And I definitely want to get to that point because I like to be able to give you guys the power and control of the stream, because a lot of you guys are very smart and have a lot of ideas that maybe I won't be thinking of. And all of a sudden we start talking about, oh boy, Chiefsaholic. And then now we're going to DB Cooper and now with William Scott Scurlock. And what's cool? I probably now, after this show is over, at some point, I'm going to read the story. I'm curious. I want to read about William Scott Scurlock, the Hollywood bank robber. I definitely want to hear more. And let's see here. Bank Robbery 101. Said Wednesday, November 27th, 1996, the day before Thanksgiving. Stormy weather perfect. See First National Bank, the Lake City branch in Seattle, Washington. 18 minutes until closing time. Everyone left inside is either waiting to go home, or so intent on their errands that they are unable to pay attention to anything outside their own head. Once again, perfect. The bank's automatic cameras click away at everyone entering. Another shows the bored and impatient customers waiting to see a teller. And yet another scans the entire bank, and there's a fourth camera to aim at an island in the center of the lobby. Precision is the way, and each frame of each film tells exactly which camera by its number, the date, and the time in the second. So camera 106 records a time at 5:42, the same instant that he walked in the door. Is utterly bizarre. Hooded raincoat, baseball cap, cheap trademark Converse shoes, jutting chin, long gray hair, and he moved like a gazelle. Those that see him are startled by his appearance. They know something is unnatural, but they struggle to politely think of what exactly it is. The tellers, however, they know too well. His stride is so confident that it's arrogant. The face is simply not normal. Oh man, this is I have to read this, but I found a thing there that kind of details the whole thing. So, hey, wouldn't that be cool? I think that would be cool, man. And then, knowing me, I could end up finding pictures. I mean, of course we can't do people, obviously with being murdered and shot and stuff. I mean, obviously there's so much stuff that you can, put, but as far as mug shots and, the actual places of the location and other stories and newspaper clippings, that would be very, very cool. I mean, we don't have the fan base at this point to do it, but I think at the near future, once we get bigger, I think it would be a very, very cool thing. I mean, I'll still do all of my regular stuff, but it's for filler content, let the fans decide. And then, I mean, I think that would be incredible. And like I said, and then, someone does a donation and then they, have another person that they want to look into. Here's $5. Let's do this. And then we go into that, it could be one of those things. So I don't know. I mean, I mean, like I said, I've always been, with me, it's more like sci-fi, not necessarily Bigfoot, but aliens and other stuff. I mean, I watch Ancient Aliens. I can watch all kinds of sci-fi programming, stuff that's supernatural, ghost, stuff that happened in old mines, back in the day, and people hearing things, seeing things, going that route, but also with the crime, and obviously, doing stuff related to, sports people doing crime. You remember Ray Caruth, on the Panthers. I mean, there's always going to be those crazy people that do crazy things that just so happens they are athletes and whatnot. But I mean, serial killer Saturday, you know what I mean? We can always go down a certain, path. We just have to find something I mean, we do serial killer Sunday. I mean, that's normally going to be football, but what happens if it's not football season? And we serial kill Saturday and Sunday. I mean, but of course, if you're going in at the end of the shift, and this is back in the day, of course, I mean, obviously he timed it at the right time. I have to keep reading the story, but I got it on here that I can kind of go through, and it's got a big detailed story. And I don't know how many pages. It talks about the tree house. And then there's also books, The End of a Dream, The Tale of Scotty Scurlock by Anne Rule, I guess is a book that you can buy. Meth, money laundering, legends, all kinds of other stuff. But Stephen Myers, Mark Biggins, The End of a Dream, The Death of William Scott. So, I mean, I got probably 10 to 20 pages or more on this little article here that I found on Hub Pages. But I mean, like I said, I mean, anytime, I mean, I can always pull up photos, but if we can have a theme of something that makes it a little bit more interesting. So I know. And I feel that we can go down more rabbit holes than any other channel, even with limited people. We got enough smart people in the room. We don't really have a whole lot of idiots. We don't have a lot of kids. We don't have a lot of trolls. We usually got people that are pretty fucking intelligent. I mean, like I said, not everyone is going to be an Albert Einstein, including myself, but I feel that we got enough bright people in the room where we're never really going to be like, well, what do we do? I'll be able to figure that out. So Kaiser Road and 11th Avenue, Olympia. He lived off in the Grass Lake Nature Reserve. I wish that treehouse was still there. I would go for sure, 100%. But if it doesn't exist anymore, you know, what can you do? But I'll read the story, but I believe that it's no longer up anymore. But I mean, I'm not sure if, I mean, well, I have to go through some of these stories and whatnot and read, but I am intrigued though. That's crazy, man.
Christmas time.
I'm trying to look to see if there's anything else.
You're right. As we were watching that, we've been together a long time.
Yeah, so that really just brings me back to that other the hub pages that kind of goes over all this crime stuff. So yeah, give me some info, bro. Like I said, if you can figure out, I'll read about it tonight probably. You know, I'm always reading on stuff that, you know, I mean, I'm always doing like sports and, you know, NBA, MLB, NFL, wrestling, AEW, WWE. But I always like going down a rabbit hole of stuff. And especially like if you wouldn't have brought that up, I wouldn't, you know. But of course, if you're talking about crimes and bank robbery for the main part of the show, I mean, anything is possible. Fuck, very cool. Hi, Paisley. Is this time for you to hang out with Daddy? Hi. Hi. Come here. Daddy? Daddy. Daddy. Daddy.
The Phoenix Suns will soon have a new owner. Mac Ishbia will purchase the majority stake of the Suns and WNBA Phoenix Mercury for a record $4 billion.
I love you.
Ishbia, the billionaire president,
I love you, Paisley. Yeah, I love you.
Says basketball is at the core of my life.
I love you. I love you so much. She's getting big too. Hi, honey.
The pending sale comes
I think sometimes she won't get too close to me because she knows I'll try to pick her up. Hi, do you want to hang out? You want to spend time with Dad? You want a Snuggie? I love you so much. It's crazy how your overall vibe can change, you know, when you end up getting a pet like a puppy or a cat. But God, I mean, I've only had one other dog myself, a purebred Samoyed named Jito, which was my brother. You know, purebred Samoyed for like 20 years through like my mom and me. And obviously, you know, when my mom and dad divorced and whatnot. But this is like the first, you know, like inside like dog, you know, because like my Samoyed, you know, my mom is like pure traditional Japanese. She wouldn't let the dog in the house, you know, so it's like it was always outside and it didn't get to live the life that it was deserved. It deserved to live better instead of be chained up at the doghouse. And my dad would take it for runs. And, you know, sometimes when I walk Paisley, it gives me like memories of my dad running and walking Jito. But, you know, imagine just, you know, never being able to really leave, but we would always bring the dog into the garage when my dad would work out and listen to music, and I would be in there dribbling and, you know, taking swings and throwing the football and, you know, bonding with my dad and talking to him. And my dad would lift the weights, or we would just try to get away from my mom, you know, and so he'd write poetry and have to have the earplugs in. I mean, it was a very rough time, but it got me really good at sports because we were just so annoyed of the yelling all the time. You know, we would be outside, and I probably spent 4 or 5, 6 hours a day, you know, doing baseball, basketball, football, you know, anything that, you know, sport wise, is to spend time with my dad so we wouldn't have to be inside the house listening to the yelling all the time. So, oh, really? Worked at Sea First? Oh, I bet they do. I bet they do. Oh, everyone watched that show. That was the creepiest shit and they had 911, like, I don't know if it was Rescue 911, but I remember 911 and Unsolved Mysteries, and they would always have the blood and stuff. And like the 911 one didn't really get me, but the music and then the host, you know, with his voice. And then we were always talking about like abductions and like crazy stuff and the creepy music. And I know that it did freak me out a little bit. Did I still watch it? Of course, but it definitely freaked me out as far as like shows and stuff. But you know, and like, you know, a person gets abducted and then they, you know, have like a van, right? And then they have like a Polaroid picture of the people tied up, right? And then they slit it through like the bottom, right? And then obviously, you know, by the time the photo was found, the van was gone, and it was the picture of the people that were kidnapped, like a boy and a girl. And it just like, they slid the Polaroid somehow through the crack, because they took a bunch of them that were in the back there. And, crazy stuff like that. And unfortunately, a lot of the unsolved mysteries, obviously the people are dead, you know what I mean? But obviously there's a lot of backstory with some of that, but yeah, it was, and like I said, I enjoyed it, but it did creep me out. And then especially when they had the shit at nighttime. Of course, it's going to be even more scarier. It's like, 10 o'clock at night or 9 o'clock at night. And, you hear the music, and there'd be times that I would watch more than one. But I do remember that one story. That's the one I specifically remember about the kids that got kidnapped. And then they actually found the fucking Polaroid of the kids in the back of the van, right? And with their mouths and taped and, cloth in their mouth or whatever, like scared, eyes big. And it shows them in there. But obviously by the time, the kids that, bought like Slurpees or whatever, and they saw the photo, they did see the van, but the van left. Like they went to get supplies, like the people that kidnapped them. And then they were never seen again. And it was, and obviously they're either in the sex trade business or they're dead, murderers or whatever. But yeah, but for whatever reason, I remember that specific episode thinking, oh my God, this was me, like 7-year-old me or 8-year-old me. I was like, oh my God, the crazy stuff. But they always had the craziest stories on there. And I think they do the show now again, but I'm pretty sure it's not like a new one. It's just like reruns, of the show. So yeah, they were very fascinating for sure. So what do we think? Should we just end it here? I mean, we're at that 4-hour mark. Like I said, we didn't get to the goal, but we got close, which is much better. Obviously, if Reflect didn't do what he did, there's no way in hell. I mean, Cyber did 50. So it's all about trying to get going and, gaining some momentum, but every day is a little bit different. But, like I said, I'm just blessed to have people that, like spending time and like the people that are in the room, and eventually we'll grow and get bigger and bigger, and there'll be more friendships had. But it doesn't matter how many people we have in the room. It's always a great time. And this might be a good cutoff point. I mean, I could definitely keep going talking about crime and other stuff, but I mean, it's 10 o'clock here. It's probably 12 or 1 if you're in the Midwest or the East Coast, unless you're like reflecting me and we're sitting here, it's 10 o'clock. So no school, girlfriend's off for a week with PTO. So there's no real restrictions of me getting off at like 11 or anything, but usually that's the cutoff point for me. But like I said, we can always be back at it tomorrow, and you never know what we'll get into, what rabbit hole we'll get into. What kind of crime story, serial killer Saturday, serial killer Sunday. I don't know which one sounds better. Serial killer Saturday, serial killer Sunday. I think serial killer Saturday sounds better. Maybe that we'll end up doing that at some point. Do mug shots and kind of read the I can narrate the story. We can go over it. Who knows? Maybe that'll be something where the channel, that's where we go, where, I'll do the pictures and I'll just narrate the story as we're going along, well, with you guys chiming in, and we go that route. I mean, that sounds like fun. I mean, I got the voice to do it. So, well, what are we thinking? Jameson, Reflect, what do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to keep going here for a little bit, or should we just call it a day? I usually let you guys decide. I mean, I'm a grinder, so I always grind and grind and grind and grind some more. So, and then after I end the stream, I'm just gonna, keep reading anyways, because that's what I do. I literally read more than anything. Read and watch film. So, should we just call it a day? And yeah, I think maybe calling it a day would be good. I mean, we're already at the 10 o'clock mark. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. But I always like to get your guys' input. So, well, I appreciate you guys, man. I'm ready to chill too. And even though with chilling, there's many ways that we can do that. But you guys are the best. I love you and I appreciate you. Crazy story, with the bank robbery and whatnot. And I imagine there's going to be more to this story when it comes out. So, but I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Reflect, thank you so much for bringing up that other story as well. So now I'm going to have to go look him up and go through William Scott Scurlock, and I probably will read a little bit of tonight and tomorrow morning. But thank you so much, Jameson, Reflect, everyone else in the room, Cyber, everyone that donated. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. And have a great rest of your night. I'll be back tomorrow sometime between 5 and 7 p.m. And then obviously here for Thursday Night Football. And like I said, enjoy yourself. Make sure you're doing your due diligence, doing some reading. It's always good to be able to read about things and get a little bit smarter, a little bit more educated on things. Have a great night. I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, Reflect, Jameson, everyone else. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Your boy bank robber, Chiefsaholic. We probably will never see him again. Love you guys. Appreciate you guys. And I'm out. Gang.